Thank you all for being here tonight. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and we will ask for a roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Klofstad.
Roll call.
Yes,
Councilmember Klofstad.
we're here. Yeah.
Vice Mayor Pallavi.
Yes, I'm also here.
Thank you. Mayor Romack.
Here as well.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
Here.
Councilmember Henderson.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if you will all please stand and join me again in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you so much. We will next move to general public comment tonight. This is for any items not on the agenda. So before we do that, I would like to open it up to any items not on the agenda this evening. And seeing none, I will then close that opportunity for public comment, and we will move on to our discussion item for the evening. As a reminder, this is the continued item from our Tuesday meeting for Town Council adoption of the 2040 General Plan, Downtown Truckee Plan, and associated redevelopment code text amendments, zoning map amendments, including SB2 rezone sites and certification of the final environmental impact report. And I will note, tonight again is a continuation of our meeting from Tuesday. And because of that, because we offered public comment on this item Tuesday evening and we closed public comment then, we will not be doing public comment on this item this evening. But we do appreciate everyone being here tonight. And I do want to thank everyone who was here on Tuesday for being respectful throughout the entire evening. And I would just encourage us all to continue to do the same this evening. So as we run through the item, we will be discussing item 5.1, and deliberation is what we are going to be doing tonight. But before we start getting into that, I did want to go back out to my council members to see if we had any additional questions that have come up in the last 2 days. And I will go to my left first. Councilmember Zabriskie, any additional questions this evening?
I do just have questions on any additional red lines being proposed for the GPU for the update.
All right, and I should clarify, so my thought, council members, was we'll do any kind of general questions first that maybe would have come up, and then as we get into deliberation, I know staff is prepared to kind of walk through a lot of those suggested changes and redlining. So my suggestion was we start there and kind of go through each of those, walk through those, discuss those a little bit. And then once we get through those, then get in kind of the more meat of the deliberation. So I would say if you have specific questions on some of the suggested changes, maybe wait until we get to that point.
Okay. Then my only question is on a comment that came in recently. Can anyone on staff explain if we're calling ourselves a flagship reach code town? There was a comment on that, and I haven't heard that term used.
That was a new term for us as well. We have not been calling ourselves that.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Councilmember Henderson.
I'll have questions and comments once we get into deliberation.
Okay. Vice Mayor Pallavi.
I have a bunch of questions. Sorry.
That's fine.
So
You're welcome.
I'll stay more general. If any of them do hit on any of the specific topics, feel free to just say, hey, that we're going to talk about that later, because I don't know exactly what we're going to talk about later, maybe. So I just want to quickly start out with some of the bigger picture stuff in terms of the EIR and how long basically is this EIR that we have now done good for? How long can it be used in an appropriate manner should no other changes that require a new EIR be adopted?
Jen and I both know the answer. Go ahead.
I'll just answer generally. There isn't a hard and fast rule over how long an EIR will last. It really boils down to are the conditions during which it was prepared still the same? If something notable or substantive have changed, then it would potentially necessitate some revision.
And is there a certain threshold that has been proven to require a certain change? Is it based on what?
I'm sure there's lots of case law out there. I'm
Okay.
unfortunately not well versed in
Examples?
I mean, just for
Simple.
example, I can't give you an example from case law, but if we had an EIR that was 10 years old and had just been kind of moldering and not adopted, and if the population had doubled in that time, that would not be an EIR that should be then certified. That would be stagnant and out of date and would need to be redone.
2 years with 10% population growth.
Could be fine. Could be fine.
Could not be fine also.
We'd have to look at the circumstances as they existed at the time.
And what are the implications for the SB2 process in addition to the timing of the moratorium that we have on the gas station piece, that whole moratorium? So they're two separate questions, I should say. Let's start with the moratorium. So what does our current moratorium take us through? What date?
Laura, I think we said fall of this year, November.
I'm speaking about the emergency moratorium about the gas stations, the 20,000 square feet, and the mini storage specifically, just to be clear.
Yeah, I believe it's the fall, but I can look up the exact date.
I think it's November, late November.
So as long as that moratorium is in place and should there be a delay with adoption, we have time to deal with that issue should something else arise in the meantime.
Yes, we believe there'd be time to address that.
Going back to SB2, so that takes care of development code stuff, I think, predominantly. I know there's other development code stuff, but we're not, we haven't done anything else. Nothing else has been triggered yet in the development code other than the moratorium piece, correct? Like, we are going to adopt a new development code with the general plan, potentially.
So your action, if you were to adopt the general plan, would be to also adopt the amendments that we proposed, but we have subsequent amendments that we would need to do. I think your other question was about the SB2 sites, and if you decided not to certify the final EIR, then we would have to probably go back and do some additional environmental review if you wanted to kind of bifurcate those as a different process, and then wrap those into the next set of development code updates that we do.
And what would that look like from a workload, staff time perspective if we want to keep SB2 moving? Mostly because we have legislative requirements to keep SB2 at some sort of, what's our SB2 timeline? I mean, I know we've extended it a couple times at this point to line up with this process.
I'll let Chantal answer that part, but it would probably take another 6 months if I had to guess, and then she can answer sort of what the grant obligations are.
Sure. So we've expended all of the grant monies. So the grant obligation is submitting, and we've already submitted all of our funding requests or our grant payment requests. So there's a report that needs to be sent to HCD this summer, but that could be done. You know, the report it wouldn't be favorable, but the report could say that, you know, the process was ongoing. But
so we've gotten the money. We've gotten the money. We've gone through the process. Those weren't the requirements for the grant. We've satisfied the requirements for the grant, and we are now on our own. The grant or that process does not require that we actually adopt anything related to SB2. It was a study. That's it.
Yes, we had said that we would look into additional housing opportunities. And the rezones and the general plan amendments were going to be paid out of the general fund. So we're at that spot now. However, we've used the money for the CEQA that was going to be paid out of the grant doing the CEQA work in this EIR. So we would have to fund whatever. Additional...
if there was a bifurcation, if there was any sort of division in this process, whatever we decide to do has to. We're also a budget constrained at this point,
right? And the SB2 process, the properties wouldn't move forward tonight, and I think multiple properties are moving to general plan, new land use designation. So there would have to be, it would be kind of a new look at some of those properties,
right? And we wouldn't be dealing with any zoning amendments as a separate. Line item. So I guess one of the bigger piece of the question that I have is, are there any pieces and parts of this that can stand alone versus others that cannot? What's connected and has to be passed together? Is there any part of this that we are reviewing tonight that can stand alone and be processed on its own based on what we're dealing with tonight?
So if you choose not to certify the EIR, then those have to go into a separate CEQA process. If you were to certify the EIR, then you can kind of pick and choose which of the other options you would like. If you only wanted to adopt the general plan, or only wanted to adopt the downtown Truckee plan, or only wanted to do, I mean, the map amendments would be hard to do on their own, but there's some tweaks in there we could probably look at.
So there's an opportunity to adopt an EIR, although that is obviously the supporting document of all the other things, and continue working on the general plan, for example, should we so desire, as long as no work on future general plan work messes with the EIR, I'm assuming. It's messy.
Yeah, I mean, if we certified the EIR and then the next step was to continue working on the 2040 and we generated new actions and new policies that weren't contemplated before, then we would have to figure out if we would be creating something that triggers recirculation for review of the EIR to see if we need to amend it. I mean, it would get messy.
Okay. Let me switch modes for another quick second. So what happens, and I guess I've reflected on this a few times because I've become significantly more comfortable with the climate action plan and some of the zero net energy work over the past few weeks because I generally am of the assumption, and if we all look at California politics, it certainly seems like the state is kind of going in all these directions anyway, right? So I actually have come to the conclusion, and I'm not going to get into deliberation. I know there's a question here, I promise, of, we don't know what the technology is before us, and we don't know what the opportunities are going to be to reduce carbon in so many of our different streams that we're working within. So is the purpose, or how do we reconcile things that are in the cap that are supposed to be, for example, a 20-year mitigation strategy, but yet turn into state policy and become required, let's say, on the 2030 horizon? How does that sort of reconcile itself? Can those actions in our general plan still act as mitigation for our plan due to our time adoption? Or does it all sort of just roll forward and they don't become as effective mitigation strategies?
I mean, the ones that we have in there, yeah, they would be mitigation measures that are effective. And if the state's adopting something that's more aggressive, then we're going to be obligated to comply with what the state's requirements are at that time. And that happens frequently with general plans because they do have that 20-year lifespan. And so you think you're doing the best you can and you get into it 5, 7, 10 years later. And all of a sudden, what was important and relevant by the state is now changed. And so you just go with what the state's requirements are. But as far as an adoption process and those mitigation measures that we're assuming, they're all in there working towards that goal that we're trying to meet. So in this case, for the cap, it's a 2030, 2040 goals.
So in an effort to maybe look at some of Kat's comments, does staff or my fellow council members who are much more deeply involved in this line of work than I mean, from all of my research, from all of my reading, a lot of these REACH codes, whether we adopt them this year or next year, are probably going to be state building codes by 2028. Or 2030. So how does that, I guess, with the writing on the wall of what's already coming down the pike, what's the point of us usurping some of that and doing it sooner? How does all of that work together, I guess? Or does it simply allow our cap to be super adjustable? And that's why we're reviewing it every 4 years, in order to move the needle continually further.
And Vice Mayor Pallavi, I will say, so thank you, staff. They put up kind of a list of some of the discussion topics that I know we were going to kind of maybe tick through. And CAP 8A and 8C, which is related to REACH codes and net zero energy, is one of those. So I think maybe this, is going to be an important discussion point.
Okay.
Kind of get into that at that point.
Okay. So maybe we can all think about that, and you can all help me answer that question as we approach that discussion topic. Have we had any developer in the past 5 years come to us and ask us if we have a transfer of development rights policy, or if there's an opportunity for them to move density, or they don't want to develop their site for whatever reason, but they want to get value in another way.
Not in the term transfer of development rights, but we have had properties where they're either split zoned or maybe they have constraints and they want to move and work with an adjacent property owner. We've had questions about that. Or they own multiple adjacent properties and they want to be able to shift between the two properties. So even though it's under one ownership, the parcel lines are separating kind of areas that would make the most sense for development. And we've had conversations about that and explained that we understand the notion of transfer of development rights. We don't have a program in place yet, but we could look at that with their project and trying to determine a path forward if it made sense for that project. So something like a zone change, lot line adjustment.
And that's where I was going with that. So how often, and I sort of know the answer to this, but I would love to get it out there. As projects come through of fairly decent size, I'm not talking single family homes, I'm talking more mixed use or any of the commercial projects or some of the bigger projects that come in. I can throw a percentage out there that at least 50% of them are asking for some sort of development code amendment, zoning code amendment, within that realm. Do you have a more scientific number other than my theoretical random assessment of the projects I've reviewed in the last 8 years?
I would say the reality is a lot of the vacant land that is left to develop in the community has a constraint of one form or another, whether it's slopes, wetland, access, infrastructure, something like that. And so things like a planned development or a zone change or lot line adjustment, things like that are often part of that package with that development project because all the easy to build lots have been built on.
Right. And so it's often that we're seeing creative problem solving within some of those parcels and projects.
Yeah.
Can I go in a little bit to the response to the map letter that you just sent us literally like 20 minutes ago, and I haven't quite gotten to the end of yet. So just really quickly, because I don't think anybody here wants to listen to us read a 6-page letter. So this letter was, just to clarify, it's posted on the public comment, or where can other folks in the audience find it? Because I'm sure not everybody checked the portals in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, we've got it posted on the website, and then
which
we've got
website? 2040 or the public comment?
Public
part?
comment website for
Okay.
tonight's agenda item.
Oh.
Each of you have a copy up on the
Yeah.
dais, and then we've got about 15 to 20 copies in the back. And
You do?
certainly can
Oh,
provide
print it
more
out.
if need be.
Oh, that's awesome. Cool. So help yourself. Don't mind us. You can get up at any time. Feel free to use the restroom as well. So a couple of the replies that I'm seeing in here are really speaking to some of the, what I would call aspirational versus requirements in both the EIR and the general plan, right? I think there's some commentary that, this item isn't strong enough, or maps ask for stronger wording on X, Y, or Z, right? And I think some of these replies are really interesting. So just for example, on the zero emission vehicle one, I think one of the concerns is, require actions that will result in a defined result, right? And so can you maybe just quickly go through a few of the sort of pieces that I think, and I don't want all of the details, but I think there's certain ones in here that they're aspirational for a reason, right? Because they're things that are out of our control and that we can't mandate from the level that we are at, right? They're either state mandates, or it's consumer behavior, or it's an incentive program that people can choose to work towards, right? If they so wish to go towards a reach code or something like that. So, I pulled out really quickly the EV one. Are there a few others, just because you're a little bit more intimately familiar with this document, probably than I am at this point, that you might highlight for us?
I mean, I think you did an excellent job, and I probably won't have much to add beyond that. I think that's an excellent example that there was a request that we require, people to purchase EVs, and our response is that that's not feasible. We can't necessarily control consumer, vehicle purchases, and that's generally outside of, something that the town can control. So I think it's important to understand that, like you correctly noted, that there are a number of policies and action items within the general plan that we keep using the word aspirational. And what that means is that they're not necessarily tied to an EIR impact. And that's also important to understand, that we have some policies and action items that are tied to an EIR impact, and I'll call those mitigation measures. We also have some policies that are not tied to an EIR impact, but they're still required. And it would be for some other reason outside of an EIR impact. And I can't come up with one immediately, but I know they're in there. So our response here is that while we understand that this is something that we would love for people to be doing, we're not including it as a required EIR measure. It could be in the realm of aspirational, that we have a policy that says encourage or pursue incentives to encourage people to purchase EVs. I mean, that is a type of language that's wholly permissible within the context of an EIR, but it's not one that we're going to tie to a mitigation measure, because it's not feasible. And that's one of the critical aspects of a mitigation measure, is that it's feasible.
Yeah, and I think that's really important to note, right? I mean, I think exactly what you just said, you should repeat that like 5 times tonight, but a mitigation measure has to be feasible at the end of the day, and we have to be able to control the implementation of it at the end of the day, correct?
Yes.
We cannot rely on another partner, agency, nonprofit to actually implement something that we don't contract to actually happen.
I mean, ultimately, we're responsible. There might be partnerships that we're working through, but, we're the ones that adopted or certified the environmental document. And we're the lead agency.
Yeah. And maybe I'd call out this other one here at the bottom of that same page. One of the comments that, has been in some of the commentary and some of the requests that have come to us, provide a meaningful and enforceable commitment to preserve a defined amount of open space. We're doing that. Right? Based on...
We believe we are, yeah. And or in partnerships with other conservers of open space.
Great. That's, I think, all the questions I have for now. And I'll pass on that. I really appreciate that. Staff, thanks for doing this. I know it was a really short turnaround. And in the short time I got to peruse it really quickly. I appreciate that. And we'll continue to review that as we head through deliberation. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Pallavi. Councilmember Klofstad.
Councilmember Pallavi covered a lot of issues that I had been thinking about as well. The only specific item on here that I thought we had some proposed language for that I don't see on our list is the West River Street and industrial use discussion. So do we still have some proposed language, or have we?
Number 5. West River mixed-use industrial.
Oh, mixed-use industrial. I'm sorry. I was looking at something. I was thinking that was something else. Okay, great. Thank you.
And we can definitely add more topics to this list. I know we will have lots to discuss tonight. This is kind of just a starting point.
Prefer not. I think this is
All right. I just had one question that actually I was asked at Noon Rotary today, and I said I would ask tonight. It was a question around EIR and baseline data, and if there are any legal requirements around when the baseline data is gathered and the EIR is certified. Like, you probably can't certify data that's from 30 years ago, but is there any legal requirements about certain time spans in the baseline data?
Similar to what I said earlier, there really is no hard and fast rule. It really boils down to, are the conditions still relevant at the time you are considering certification of the EIR versus when was the baseline established. I will say it is very common throughout the state of California that there is a long period of time between when preparation of the EIR begins, which is when you essentially when you start establishing your baseline, and when an actual decision point is being made. And that can typically be several years. So I don't know if that gets at what you're looking for, but
Yeah,
there's
thank
not
you.
a hard and fast rule.
But
Okay.
in case anyone's wondering what this baseline is, CEQA says that we have to take a snapshot of the conditions as they existed on the ground, and the guidelines say that we should do that for the conditions as they existed when the notice of preparation was published. So that's what we did, but you have to have a baseline or kind of survey of what the conditions are at a point in time to use as your starting point.
Yeah, Councilmember Zabriskie?
I understand all that and understand why as well, but I was also curious to know what in fact is the current population today compared with the baseline. Because I do want to know what the actual conditions are, but we went through this question and answer 2 nights ago. And the most recent data shows that we have an estimated population of 17,000 at the beginning of 2022. That's corroborated by the postal office information and school attendance. And then we have the sewer information, which takes us through the end of 2022. And that shows a drop from that high point in 2020. So that gives me some comfort because it's one thing what's the legal requirement and what's the reality, but I see the reality as being at most the resident population has increased by 1,000, and maybe our second homeowners are spending more time up here in the shoulder season. Now, is there contrary data? I know we sense an increase, but is there actually contrary data to the numbers I just threw out?
We don't think there's conflicting data. You are correct. It's just over 17,000 is our current population. We will need to look at the existing conditions report, which is what established our baseline. It's in the 16,000 range somewhere. I don't have a precise number, but if you give us a couple of minutes.
I've got it. It's 16,681.
And then I don't know if you have this information off the top of your head. Do you know how many additional units have been built since 2018, or what the average is per year? Are we still at about 150 a year?
It's closer to like 99 off the top of my head. Yeah, but we'd have to dig through our CDD report.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Vice Mayor Pallavi, you just mentioned something regarding the hospital. I think that's one of our discussion topics. Or did you want to ask?
Well, I was more just asking staff if everything that we got today was also added to public comment. We got that hospital timeline in our email today. Was that added? Is that a public?
That has not
document or
been
no?
submitted as public comment. That was
not.
just at the request of a council member. So we
I see.
included that correspondence to each of
That
you.
was internally. Okay. I think that was it. Thank you.
And I will say, I think when we get to the hospital, we will probably ask to discuss that a little bit more. So just so the public knows, we can all go over that together.
Yeah.
Okay.
All good.
All right. With that, I think we should kick it into discussion topics. And Jenna and Danielle, did you have slides for any of these?
I do.
Okay.
Is there anything else that you want to add to this list?
I think this is a good starting point. I feel like there will be other discussion topics that might come up. Fellow council members, is there anything else?
Is this going to be all encompassing of sort of planning commission work as well, or this is more recent? Like this looks more like a mesh of public comment and council comment. I didn't know if we were going to go into like the details of the planning commission's yes, no's, and all their 8,000 directives that they provided.
I was planning on starting with these, and
Okay.
then if we want to go back, we can go to the prior slides that we had showed on
Okay.
Tuesday.
Okay.
So the
Many of those items
They're
are.
going to show up in here somewhere.
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
Okay. Cool.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yeah, I have a question on one of the items we were going to discuss. As I recall, there was also LU 12.6, support for cluster development. I didn't see it on here. Or is it on here?
And I didn't know if we want to add the Truckee downtown plan to that list. That could go under Jaboom Street, but
And that's going to be, yeah, kind of part of our bigger discussion because that's part of our big action items.
Right. But there's some smaller pieces of
Sure. Yeah. If you want to, yeah, we could add that
I'm
to
in
the list.
alignment, but I didn't know if anybody else wanted to talk about it. I don't. I'm in alignment with the document the way it is. I don't disagree with the way the document is currently written for the downtown specific plan. So
Okay.
I'm comfortable with it. I didn't know if anybody else wanted that opportunity. I know the planning commission had a few different pieces that they chose to pull out. So I'm okay without talking about that personally.
All right, let's start with this list. And then I think, yeah, what we don't get to, I also have all of the planning commission's recommendations written down so we can hammer through some of those if we feel like it, or I'm sure we'll be jumping around a lot this evening. All right. Danielle.
So the first one that we put on the list was a discussion about the economic development element and a question about the emphasis on expansion versus changing that to resiliency. And so we have a series of slides here that kind of show where that shows up. So everything from talking about the office space to our action for living wage employment. These are kind of related. And I think it was a question for us of just overall philosophy of, is that a shift that we want to do kind of when we recognize our economic development element chapter? And then these were just other things that also came out of council questions that we had where there were suggested edits. So they're very specific, these slides, obviously, for changes that have bubbled up and whether council wants to talk about those specifically. But I think just bigger picture, this kind of question about resilience versus expansion, I think is important.
Thank you. Yeah, so I guess we don't have to spend a lot of time on any of these if we're all feeling one way or the other strongly. You know, we can kind of note that and move on. And then again, if there's something that you feel this would really affect the broader conversation about if I would feel comfortable doing this or that, you know, we can put a pin in it as well. So I guess I would just start by saying, you know, do we feel comfortable with some of these suggested edits? Councilmember Henderson, I see a nod.
I was nodding. Thank you, Mayor Romack. I am comfortable with these. I actually really like the shift to resilience, and I think it actually aligns as well, just because when we look at the differences in, you know, residential units, we have that a bit of an increase at roughly 700 homes, but in commercial, it's really, really similar to the 2025 general plan. So we're not up here saying we're trying to, you know, expand a tremendous amount of development. It's really similar to what we had previously. And so I think this actually fits better in the context of that as well, personally.
Any other thoughts or people feeling good with the changes?
I had the benefit of going through this with Councilmember Zabriskie as he was developing them, and I'm in full support.
And Councilmember Zabriskie, I believe you suggested many of these, so
I'm in full support of what I suggested.
that's good. You are a lawyer, though, so you never know which way you're going to go.
True. Who's my client?
Okay, so I think, yeah, moving on, we're all feeling pretty comfortable with that change in language.
Okay, so we have all those slides to reference later if we need them. And the second discussion topic was about moving the timing of conservation open space 3A, so an action that we have for management and protection of sensitive biological species from midterm to near term, and I should have a slide for that one also. No, I didn't include one for that.
Okay.
But I can pull it up on the 2040 site if we want.
And I believe this stems from some comments we received from Richard Anderson, among with some other folks. So I don't know we're just saying to move the timing up to short term, so you don't need to necessarily pull it up if
If I may, Mayor.
yeah.
This was something that when I read Richard Anderson's letter, it really made me realize that this was a missing link for us to accomplish many of our future goals, and critical to securing the trust and in partnership of many of our partner agencies, and that's really important to me. I also believe that this is a little bit of a odd area for us to dip our toe into, because I think technically this should be performed by our local water purveyors, but the state does not require it. But it already was an action item in our general plan. We already agreed that it was something that was beneficial for the community and for our planning to do. And so I really feel in this item, urgency, the time is of the essence, and I would like to see it done sooner.
Councilmember Zabriskie, I saw you hit your mic.
Right. I think it was back in August of 2021 or 2022 that a consortium of organizations that included Cal Fly Fisher, Mountain Area Preservation, and I believe it was the Donner Land Trust, that supported 3 amendments to the general plan. All 3 were incorporated verbatim. And now moving up 3.1 shows that we're ready to implement.
Jen?
I just want to ask a clarifying question. So while you're having this conversation, we're moving it to short term. I think we've heard there's consensus for that. That means within 5 years. Is there anything more specific timeline than that we need to be aware of and consider on the staff perspective? Or are we okay within, from now, adoption to 5 years?
Wouldn't that be something we address in the work plan?
It is, unless if anybody has an assumption it's in the next 2-year work plan, it would help us to know that now.
Okay. Okay.
Because it's currently not, obviously. So if basically what you're asking is if you want it in the 2-year work plan, we should mention that now if we are comfortable in the 2 to 5 year time horizon, then I think we're okay for
So
right now.
what I'm trying to avoid is having us have this conversation here, us come back with the work plan and saying, oh, it's not in there,
Yep.
and having there be confusion about that.
Right. Anything in the work plan, we have to balance against what else is in the work plan, and we're not doing that here tonight. At least that's my impression.
It is not, but I wouldn't.
Okay. Yeah, no,
Okay.
I would like to advocate for seeing it start in 2024. Not this year, not immediately, but I would like to see it start within that 2-year period.
Okay, and that's actually all I need. We'll put it on a topic of discussion for the work plan. I
And-
just didn't want to leave it off.
And a
if-
corresponding capital project budget line item.
And you can have that conversation in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
That was my intention.
I do have a question because I know timing of items has been a big topic. I know Mountain Area Preservation has asked, about specific timelines. So in our general plan 1-9, it currently says short-term includes actions that will be implemented by 2025, midterm by 2030, long-term after 2030. So that is different than what you just said, Jen, in the next 5 years. So I just want to make sure we all understand what is short-term, what is midterm.
Yeah, sorry, that's a good clarification.
Okay.
And I was more focused on just because some of these have come from community conversations, council conversations. I want to make sure we're all on the same page of, is there something more defined in a short term based on expectations?
Okay. So are we comfortable with short-term? Okay. All right.
And this includes, I see it in here, I mean, all known critical habitat areas, including mapping, et cetera. So this is specific to the Martis Valley groundwater basin, or this is specific to the community as a whole? Just to be clear.
Well, we have yet to define it. It just says comprehensive plan. So we have flexibility on how we want to define that when we put it together.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question just to?
Of course.
Thank you. Councilmember Klostad's point about, working with our local water agencies as well. Should we specifically include that here? And does that help us as a town to actually move this forward, potentially share resourcing around it? I'm just curious if that seems like it would make it logistically easier to pull it up, more feasible.
I mean, I think you could, or perhaps modify the language where it says local interest groups to stakeholders. It's less defined than interest groups, maybe, and it's more encompassing. I don't know that it makes a difference in terms of helping us.
Okay.
In any ways.
Okay.
And we have good partnership with those agencies and could reach out to them and say, hey, we're going to do this. Would you like to participate? And we could share the data with you.
I think that makes
Great
sense.
option.
And I also just wanted to thank Richard Anderson, who's in the room this evening, because he's given us a lot of comments around this and has really brought to our attention and highlighted the need to focus on this, to protect our wetlands. So thank you for all your public comments. They're always so concise. They're always detailed, which really helps us.
All right. So moving on. Thank you very much.
So the third one that I added, which wasn't discussed in the slide on Tuesday, but was part of the public comments that we got, is about resource mapping. And so I'll pull up a slide for that one. So right now we have conservation open space 1C. So this is an action for mapping of open space and currently says natural resources. And what we were trying to do is kind of mirror that with some of the other things that there was interest in mapping, including wildlife resources, and then some of our other, whether it's lake, river, tributary, wetland, and more specifics among wildlife kind of mapping that we could do. So we tried to take some of that language and just insert it into this one.
Councilmember Henderson, I see you jumping.
No, I would just say I support this. I think this is reflective of what the community asked. We heard public comment about this specifically on Tuesday, so we hear you, and I think this makes a lot of sense to add and to make sure our community is being represented in their requests.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes, in the mass of material that staff has had to deal with, mixed in there was an email I sent in about including, after the word topography, geology. And there is a detailed map available from the State Geologic Survey, Map 60, that was published in 2012, which could be used as an overlay. It's not that you'd have to conduct a survey or hire somebody, but I think it would be important, yes, like that, to include the geology map, because a lot of plant habitats and distributions are influenced by the substrate. And so that's helpful information.
So I added geology.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
As a geologist by education,
Ooh.
I really appreciate that inclusion. Very good one. Can somebody just quickly, how is the one that we just spoke about in a different chapter? And is that one more related to groundwater, whereas this one is more open space, wildlife, etc.? What's the difference between the two?
So the one that we just talked about is the Conservation Open Space 3A, and that one is creating a comprehensive plan for the management and protection of resources. This is about the actual mapping.
Just mapping.
So they work together,
Right.
But this is definitely a GIS kind of exercise. And I think realistically you do this one first.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah, and that's why this one says short. This one says short term. Yeah, but we're moving the other one to short term also. So I think that we kind of work on them together, honestly.
Okay. And we don't need to be, I guess we'll have a work plan discussion later, but that was my main question. What you just answered was, doesn't this need to come before the next one? Okay. Got it. Thanks.
Councilmember Klofstad?
I am definitely supportive for all the reasons Councilmember Henderson explained.
I agree. So thank you, staff. And thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie, for that great addition last minute. And our resident geologist. All right, next item. Cap
So
8A and 8C.
Yeah, 8A and 8C. So some revisions shown on here to talk about partnerships and working with the California Energy Commission. Maybe we just take them one at a time. I don't know if you want to do both of them, but together. But then we also have changes for 8C. And maybe I'll read this one just because it's kind of a lot of wording, but the cap will be revisited in 4 years. And during that process, the Z&E action item will be specifically addressed to determine feasibility. The feasibility analysis will utilize input from stakeholders and a wide range of industry experts, including the building industry, working in partnership with the town's overall assessment and efforts. If deemed infeasible, alternative comparable mitigation measures will be explored. And this is wording that has developed out of conversations with the Contractors Association, although it sounds like there's still some interest in maybe adding some additional language to that. So this is what we have so far to offer as far as what has been presented to us.
Thank you. And yeah, can you share? So, you know, I know Kat has a board and all of that. So this has kind of been language you've been working on with Kat, and we don't have an official, hey, we really support this or not yet, but they've been working with you on it. Just want to understand kind of, yeah, where that sits.
Yeah, and I don't want to take credit for this. This was Council Member Klostad working on this more specifically, in part because she's one of the council representatives working on the REACH Code committee. But it sounds like their committee and CAT had some members who weren't totally on board with it, so it sounds like there's interest in having the CAT board talk about it, which would be on May 1st.
Okay. Councilmember Klofstad, thoughts or any other insight to share?
Yeah, I think on both of these, it still represents our intentions, but provides a little more clarity and assurance to our contract partners in understanding what the process is going to be for us to pursue these two action items. And yet balancing that with we need to show we need to be consistent with what we've said in our EIR that we are mitigating our impacts. So we were walking that fine line, and I think we achieved it, although I thought it was added, that there was that one extra sentence added about in partnership with the stakeholders, right? So their latest draft language back to us was incorporated today. And I believe the last I heard was they look forward to working with us through the committee process on both of these items.
Thank you. And thank you for your work, and thank you, Kat and Kat members, for working on that too. Vice Mayor Pallavi.
Can you go to the next slide? The one that the ZNE, yeah. So do we need to add the same exact sentence to the 8A? Being if deemed infeasible or not adopted, alternative comparable mitigation measures will be explored?
Are you asking? It's in the bottom, the very last highlighted part says if deemed infeasible. Is that what you're asking?
So what I'm asking is, does that also need to be copied and pasted into 8A? Is what I'm asking.
So I'm going to suggest that if you've reached an agreement with Kat on language, that maybe you don't modify that without consultation.
And I also want to just be clear that, be clear that that first one for the REACH codes, that is, as you said earlier, we can get into that conversation now. The state is going to require that. Right. By the time really most of our construction happens. So it's not that we're going to be mitigating those measures. I don't think that's an issue that we have to worry about in terms of meeting our mitigation commitments.
Because the state will allow us to meet them. is what you're saying. So my only question is, we have in here develop and adopt, and I'm just wondering what happens if we don't adopt, right? Don't we want to put a little line in there that says the same thing as what we're saying at 88C? No? Okay.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Yeah,
It's
I'm open
like a
to it.
fallback, right? I don't know. I think what it's doing, if you don't mind me saying, is to me it strengthens this. We don't know what is going to come out of the reach codes. We don't know if we're going to be back here doing the same thing. We don't know if our stakeholders, what are we going to do? So if our stakeholders don't agree, are we not going to adopt something? I don't know. So to me, this is incumbent on adoption. And if there is no adoption, we have to do something else. That's all. That's, to me, why I would add it.
Point of this is that with the reach codes, we will adopt what is, or we can adopt what is cost effective. And that's all that it's counting on for new construction. It's like a tiny sliver of our greenhouse gas impacts.
New construction.
Yeah, because this is
only.
only relating to new construction.
Got it.
Okay, I got it.
And the
too.
state is going to be doing that pretty rapidly anyway. So there's a very minimal differential,
Right.
if that makes sense.
Yes.
And staff, jump in if you.
I'm comfortable with the way it is. I was trying to strengthen it. So if everybody's good with the way it is, then
Yep.
I'm fine to leave it the way it is. I think this is fine. I agree with this. I don't have any other comments or edits at this time.
Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you. I think just one thing to note on this, because I've received a lot of questions about it, is why we're specifically, calling out low income residents when this is really for new construction housing projects. Of course, low income residents can live in affordable housing projects, but I think there's been some misperception that this actually applies to people's individual homes and existing structures. So I don't know if there's a way to just be explicit about that.
It seems like you could potentially change the wording from affordable housing projects and low-income residents to affordable and low-income housing projects.
I think that would make a little bit more sense just for clarity for our community.
Yeah.
Specifically using the lowercase a on this one. I'm being serious. That's actually a question. Like, we're saying lowercase affordable. So we are not defining a range. We're not defining a size. We will define a size, but we're not we're defining an AMI or anything like that at this point. Just making sure.
I don't want to touch that because there's
Okay.
people making $500,000 a year who say they can't find affordable housing.
Okay.
I am comfortable with leaving it at low A. Okay. Yeah. I did have, this is very small, but it's in partnerships with stakeholders. It seems like that should just be singular, partnership, in partnership with stakeholders, English-wise. I have a journalism degree, so there you go, Dave. We're all using our educations, finally. All right, so it sounds like we are all feeling pretty comfortable with this. Yeah, and supportive? Okay.
Just really like to thank Edward for spending so much time with me on this, and all of your commitment and effort from your members in partnership with us. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next.
Up next, we have West River Street and mixed-use industrial versus mixed-use commercial. So this came out of some of the questions that we had from council members and also through public comment in the way that the riverfront land use designation is kind of identified. And I have some slides too, but I think it's more of a big picture question of, do we try and encourage all of the industrial on West River Street to relocate and structure the land use designation that way? or do we leave it the way that it's currently proposed, where it has essentially the north side of West River Street as an option for, I'll call it enhanced industrial, so cleaned up, maybe better utilized sites, but still allowing for some industrial to start there, relocate there, for it to change over, basically creating a more modern version of industrial uses on the north side. So I'll leave it at that. And then if we need slides, I can pull them up, or if we want to pull up the language out of the plan itself too.
Would anyone like to jump in? Vice Mayor Pallaby.
Yeah, I'd like to leave it. I think it's important. I think it's important to leave the industrial in there. We need a place that's, while it's not beautiful, and or it might be improved in the future, I think it's just important to me. To me, it's part of the character. As much as we might not like certain parts of our character, it does complement it. And we need places for people to start. We do need different styles, different types, different sizes, different prices, and potentially different locations. And just because we want everything in one place that's, focused in that way, that's just not always how it happens. So to me, it's much more organic the way that it's currently written, retaining the industrial uses.
Can you pull up the language?
I have to remember what order I put them in. So these were some suggested changes of kind of taking away that industrial emphasis. So we have just the general description for the land use designation. Removing reference to the industrial heritage. Emphasizing businesses over industrial uses. Talking about the transition of industrial. So again, eliminating reference to industrial setting. And then the next one moves on to a different topic, but those were the ones that I had included.
Okay. I'd like to address this on two levels. First are the policy and action items, 9.1 and 9.4, which I see as allowing a study to come back to result in a conversion of that area from industrial to mixed use commercial, essentially leaving that option to the study committee to develop a plan that would result in industrial operations being moved out of West River. That's what we see in 9.1 and 9.4. The top paragraph has to do with the definition of the district. I'm sorry, what you have up there, the West River District Overview, is part of 9.1 and 9.4. It's just an introduction. Anyway, what we have up now is about leaving room to devise a plan to move industry off. If we can go back, did you have the Riverfront District up? The one that describes the land use designation. Do you have the one?
The other
following?
wording? Yeah, let me, sorry, I think it was the original.
Okay, yes. This one allows, this is a description of the land use for West River. This one, what it does is it allows existing industries to continue, and it requires them, in the event of any change, to also limit outdoor storage and implement visual screening measures. So that's keeping existing industry there. What it also does, however, is prevent new industry from moving in. And I want to see industrial diversification, for sure. But I think we don't want to have it come into West River. I think we're looking at a mixed use, commercial, and working towards industry on Jerker and whatever's left in Pioneer Center.
And the only reason why I don't agree with that is because we don't know. Yerger is limited significantly. It's constrained. We are obviously in conversations for other, but at this point, nothing's come to fruition. So my goal with this is to preserve our ability to have industrial uses now and into the future, and support that true four-season economy, because we can't turn into a mixed use. We can turn into a mixed use resident and visitor serving economy, certainly, and we can risk losing some of these potential uses, and that's okay if that's what everybody wants. I personally don't think that's the right move. I think this is an important balance of how we manage this, and more importantly, what I really like about some of the language, and again, I'm reflecting on all of the public comment we've heard. You know, you're changing our community character. I mean, right there in the first sentence, it says, preserve our industrial heritage, right? So if we're going to be using language like that, and that's what everybody here has provided their comments about, we like things the way they are. We like our heritage. We like our character. We want it cleaned up. We want to, as uses change or expand, we want to change some things with those uses, but deleting it, I think, is a miss, only because we just don't have a lot of other places to do anything like this. And we're going to be impeding on all of our planned developments and all these housing developments that are turning into housing anyway. And that's my bigger concern, is Yorger, in its original plan development, should have had a heck of a lot more industrial and commercial, and instead that's been flipped, and now we are seeing almost double the residential.
Yeah.
And so that's just a reality. So if we do this, then what do we do?
Okay. For the other council members' consideration, I want to point out the distinction between having the designation, the land use designation, allowing for industrial, from the policy and action items that allows us to move towards a plan we can develop that would move industry off West River to another site, which was originally back under the 2005 plan to Pioneer Center. And now we're looking at Jerker Street. And I realize we do need a spot for industry, notwithstanding that when you go up and down West River, if the only the closest thing to industrial heritage is the old Hendrickson building, and I haven't found anyone that wants to keep that in place. Otherwise, you have Rupert Construction, which is essentially storage yard. I realize they need space, but I don't think of them as representing our industrial heritage. The same for the Patterson Fire Supply operation. They're fairly recent. They're not part of any heritage. And then as I go down the street, I have the old AT&T building. That's a mysterious place. And then we get down to PetSmart. And then there's Sierra Stone Supply. And in a sense, I guess it's heritage, but it would be nice to move that one away. And it's hard to think of that as light industry or industry at all.
I'm not disagreeing with your assessment of existing conditions. Maybe there's a disconnect in the language, heritage, industrial heritage, that we can debate. Maybe it's not really the heritage we want. And I can agree with you on that. What I simply can't agree with is eliminating these words, because I'm just concerned we're getting usurped by residential development everywhere.
Let's the
Let's
rest
go
of you
to
now are ready
yeah.
to jump in. Okay.
Councilmember Klofstad or Henderson, either of you? Councilmember Klofstad?
Jump in on this. I totally understand and agree with your commentary about heritage and maintaining our character. Another part of our town's heritage right now is I-80 dissects us. I'm not excited about that, but that's also nothing we're going to ever change. I think there are opportunities on the horizon for creating some industrial zoning out on Jorger. And what I want out of this is to make sure we are leveraging the general plan as best as we can to facilitate, encourage, and support that transition. And I'm not saying that we should tear down our existing industrial facilities, but I do think that there is a higher and better use for them in that specific area. And so I want the language to be supportive of that direction.
So you would prefer going with some of these suggested changes?
Yes, I'm in agreement with most of them. The one big concern that I have is I don't want to put our industrial property owners or renters in a situation where they can't improve their property, because that, I think, is going to be a real disservice to our community character, because then they will just dilapidate until they fall down. And that's not going to benefit the owner, the renter, or the look of West River Street. So I'm concerned about us putting language that's too stringent and direct, that would prohibit the ability of those businesses to be able to modify and improve.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. I actually have two questions, if I could. I think probably for staff. First, I don't think we've received any public comment advocating to retain, expand, et cetera, industrial on the river. Is that correct? We've certainly received public comment to relocate it off the river.
Yeah, I'm not thinking of anything that's formal. I mean, we have had some conversations with property owners and businesses. I mean, I think the business is more so just recognize it's hard to find other locations, but not a formal public comment.
There's been nothing in this context for this discussion that's come in.
Okay. And then how many businesses, let's just say even in the past 12 months, have we had who have come to us and said, we need space, we can't find space, and would fit in here? I mean, I'm thinking, Drink Coffee, Do Stuff came to us, but I mean, they would fit within the business innovation designation, right?
We regularly hear from businesses or prospective businesses that are not able to find a location within Truckee. It is commonly within the industrial and light manufacturing uses.
That wouldn't fit into
that-
business innovation.
That just simply can't find a place. Business innovation is a little bit of a hybrid, and certainly a coffee shop or a coffee production could work there. But it's common for us to hear complaints or questions about where can people go, and or they're trying to expand and they don't have anywhere to go, or their needs just aren't met at a certain site. I mean, it's a variety of.
Yeah, I mean, it's like snow removal businesses or repair businesses where they do need some degree of outdoor storage, or they need more just square footage than what's available.
Okay, thank you for that. I agree. I mean, I feel like so this is a yes and, right? I agree with Councilmember Pallavi in that we need space for our industrial uses and for businesses that want to start here. It helps support the economic development component that we've just talked about a little while ago. And we also have heard a lot of public comment that we want a lot of these industrial uses to transition away from the river. To Councilmember Klostad's point, there are higher and potentially better uses for that corridor in general. There's a tremendous opportunity, I think, to improve that corridor. we've never really been successful in that as a town for decades at this point. And so this general plan is an opportunity to help with that transition and to develop the right incentives for those businesses. We can't force businesses to move. That is not what we are trying to do here. So I just want to be really clear about that. But we can put in language and develop different incentive programs and through different land negotiations, trying to find other spaces for them. So I also feel that I'm comfortable with the majority of this language so that we're really focused on, we're not necessarily trying to expand industrial on the river. We are trying to help protect that river, protect that watershed, and here our community to transition industrial to other places if and when that land becomes available. Because we also can't necessarily say today, hey, in 3 years, we're going to have 40 acres of land. That's a huge unknown.
2 questions whenever you're ready. After you.
Well, yeah, staff, can you put up the other slide that you showed pertaining to this? Go ahead, Vice Mayor Pallavi. I just wanted to look at both of them again.
So, can you confirm that we are already transitioning industrial zoning from being on currently both sides of the river to this at least was anticipated to be just on the north side of the river, correct?
The way that the 2040 draft plan assumes industrial on the north,
Right.
cleaned up, and then the transition on the south.
But today's zoning map shows what?
Yeah, it's mostly industrial on both sides. There's some residential for one particular piece of property, but yeah, mostly industrial.
Mostly there's some general commercial sprinkled in there and then some high density housing also sprinkled in
Just
amongst
hanging
that
in
stuff.
there. Yeah, totally. I've seen that zoning map a number of times. So I just want to be really clear with everybody that we're already limiting industrial through the existing language, first and foremost. I also want to point out, if you want 10,000 square feet of industrial square footage, anyone? Vacancies? No, didn't think so. Doesn't exist. You can't go do that today. I agree with all of you 100% that we are looking to transition and we are looking for other places. But we are, by further refining this, we are further deleting opportunities for businesses to expand, for businesses to change location. So if you're in the Pioneer Center and you've grown out of your 4,000 square foot shell, where are you going? You're not going anywhere because you can't, because there's nowhere for you to go. So the goal with all of this, in my opinion, is, yeah, we're looking at other strategies. And we've already identified that, right? We're looking at new land. We're looking at other opportunities. And that's going to be really important for taking some of the more egregious projects that you all spoke to, that maybe we can incentivize those guys to move. And then voila, that creates a change in ownership or use or whatever. And at the very least, we continue to get some improvement in the existing. In my opinion, the way that you're trying to edit this, basically, I feel like what's going to happen is we're either going to end up with a bunch of businesses who never, ever, ever are going to move until they die and go away somewhere, which is fine. We can wait 45, 50 years. Or we're going to basically say, hey, we got you to move, and now we're going to wait for somebody else to come in to do a mixed-use development. Because that existing property is no longer going to be put towards its highest and best use. That's okay as long as we're really conscious of what that means. It means potentially underutilized available property for these types of uses in our community. We are already at a significant disadvantage for year-round employment, for job diversification out of the service sector and out of the tourism sector. And to me, this further hampers our business community's ability to grow their business, relocate their business, try to move their business in a financially feasible way so that they can then make that calculation to say, yeah, staying here for the next 20 years, you're right. That doesn't sound so great. That place you're incentivizing me to move to, yeah, I will go over there. And, whoever takes this place, at least they're going to be held to a new set of standards. So to me, it's fair as written. I'll leave it like that. You've heard my point. And I, be it as it may.
I just want to correct one of your premises. The changes to 9.1 and 9.4 do not limit the entry of new businesses into the West River. What they do is allow the preparation of a study that could take into account the option of moving industry off. It would be a redevelopment plan that could come back with entirely mixed-use commercial. And it would have to come to us, and we would be sitting up here, or whoever's in our place. And at that time, we would be asking, where can industry go? But it allows time to do a deal for Jurger Street. The way the existing wording is, we have to allow new business to continue. The study group cannot consider a plan that removes industry. So what I'm saying by these changes, let's give the committee that's going to look at redevelopment of West River the option of coming back with a plan that moves industry off that area.
So
I hear you.
And I'm going to jump in here. Vice Mayor Pallavi, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. And, I know in the BAE study, didn't it find we need, more industrial space? And that's why we've identified additional industrial space. So I do have concerns. We don't want to prohibit new businesses or new ideas. And then Councilmember Zabriskie, you said by changing this language, it allows us in the study to be able to move them. I guess I don't see that we have to change the language. It's one of the items to, I was just trying to find it again. 9.A, West River Street, prepare a comprehensive study, to look at all of that. So I guess I don't see the correlation between needing to make this change and having options available in the study.
In the overview, it says, the part I was lining out was while preserving the district's industrial heritage. Just taking that out doesn't prohibit industrial heritage. It just means we don't have to keep industry there. It's open-ended. Now go down to LU 9.1. We're talking about businesses continuing to support a four-season economy. We want a four-season economy, but it doesn't necessarily have to be based on industry. And then go down to 9.4. Could be, but we don't want to charge it. Go down to 9.4. It says, in the second sentence, says, create an employment district between West River and the Union Pacific Railroad. The part that would be taken out is in an improved industrial setting. Let's just have it be an employment district, and let's see what the study committee comes back with. They might come back with and say, we don't see where we're going to move industry. We need to keep some of the land in West River for industry. But at least they have the option, because by the time they finish that study, we may have 40 acres in Jurger. And given the calls, given the wish of people since 2005 to move industry off West River, I think we need to continue to give people that option, an option to make it happen.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. That does make me feel a little bit more comfortable with changing the wording. On 9.4, staff, can you go back to the other slide? And then the other one. I guess the only concern is I do like by providing improved industrial areas on this riverfront mixed use, because we do want to encourage people who are there and maybe won't have the capability to move for some time to make improvements. So to me, I feel more comfortable leaving that there, but I don't know.
That's a different animal.
Okay.
The language I proposed here would say that you can't have new industry. So there's two different things going on.
Right.
This one would prohibit new industry. The other changes I proposed do not. I wish they did, but they don't.
And and I'll just hit on that heritage word again. To me, that's almost an architectural type of word as well. Like, to me, it's a bit subjective. It's not objective, right? Heritage is not an objective word. But to me, it speaks to creating different districts. So you can create a residential building with a facade of an industrial use, right? And I think one of the unique opportunities that we do have here in Truckee, especially with this, and why I like the word heritage and prefer to keep all of it, is we want to create neighborhoods that are distinct, in my opinion, right? We don't want everything to be the same, let's call it modern architecture that we tend to see all over the place. So to me, it kind of also calls out a feeling a little bit. It's not objective, is what I would say.
The irony is the Henriksen building is not an industrial building, so you'd be able to keep it there. You have the organic.
I'm not speaking to specific properties or parcels.
Oh, that's right. We
Council
don't.
member.
Of course. My mistake.
So, I think I'm leaning more towards comfort with Vice Mayor Pallavi and kind of leaving it as is. So I'm not hearing consensus at this time. So I think this is something we can kind of put a pin into. And as we get more into deliberation and we're discussing of our next steps, kind of hammer it out a little bit more there, I think makes sense. Did you have a question or another suggestion? Okay.
I just feel like we're on the topic, and to come back to it, we're going to rehash the same conversation. Do we want to just do a quick roll call vote, even though I know where it's going to end?
I mean,
just so we can create some closure.
Well, I think we hear it's 3-2 right now of changing language. Is that
Maybe.
Correct?
I don't.
That's the sense I'm getting. I think we don't know what the next steps are going to be and what our final action is going to be. And so therefore, depending on what we end up deciding, could that play into how we vote on this? So I think staff hears where we're at on this, and we can come back to it later. All right, next item.
So our next item is the question of whether to include the Tahoe Forest Hospital in the 2040 general plan. I don't have any slides for this.
Before you go to that, could you go to the clustered? It was 12.6. It was at the end of the slide we had on river-oriented uses. There you go, the one at the bottom. We haven't discussed that one.
Oh, this is something that you proposed. So work closely with jurisdictions in the planning area to advocate for clustered development consistent with the town's clustered development requirements. And staff does not have any concerns about this.
I can explain it. Advocate's a little stronger than support. It means going in front of, being willing to go in front of Placer County and Nevada County and argue for the same kind of cluster developments we advocate within town, in fact, require under our development code. And the reason I say consistent with the town's cluster development requirements is so we know what we mean when we go in front of the county.
And clarifying planning area that is outside of our town border, that's the places that are close to us, right? So to what you're saying, it would be other jurisdictions advocating that they do the same thing we're doing.
It's to the north of the town, going east to the county line, going west of the county line, going north up to at least to the county line. It's a big area. So it would concern Hobart Mills, the Hobart Work Camp, Russell Valley, Timber Trails, Klondike Flats, and any new things that might go in there.
There's a map on the screen also.
Thank you.
Big area. Oh, and it does go into Placer.
Vice Mayor Pallavi, you have a question?
It's like the watershed.
I'm just wondering about the difference in the necessity of putting this as a general plan item versus just in the legislative advocacy platform, and due to the consistency of how we have been working. I think this can be added to the advocacy platform, but unless we're going to put the advocacy platform as an appendix to the general plan, I'm not sure we're being consistent. Does anybody on staff want to speak to that?
I mean, I think you're right. We don't have our entire advocacy platform in the general plan, so we could, and I don't think you want to, because that changes, right? So if there's something special about this one that you feel like it belongs in here to support the land use goals, that would be a reason to have that in here. But regardless of that, we can add it to that platform. It's kind of in that new area you're working in, where it's beyond just a state issue.
And I guess the reason why I'm asking this is, to me, it feels like the bullet that we added to the advocacy platform, which was, I don't have it off the top of my head, but it was something like advocate with all of our neighbors in the planning area to deal with impacts to traffic, traffic, greenhouse gas reductions, et cetera. To me, potentially that maybe sentence just needs an amendment to add cluster development.
I mean, it may be a little bit different perspective.
Thank you.
We often, as your staff, look at what's happening in all the jurisdictions around us and deciding what we should bring to your attention for commenting. And so this is a cue, obviously, for any of the planners to look at and say, okay, if we're going to bring something to your attention, or we're going to decide if we should comment on something, this is an area where the council would like to have discussed as part of that. So it is, I feel like it's helpful to have in there. There's not really a downside to having it in here. And maybe it seems duplicative, but
well, more of what I'm asking is, do we add the other item to this? Unfortunately,
yeah.
I'm trying to add things, right? Because this, to me, is so isolated of an issue where we have so many other. I mean, if all we care about is cluster developments, we just made a stand on traffic, on all of the other impacts. So I just wonder about this being too narrow, if this is the direction that we're headed.
And wasn't what we added to our legislative platform was opposing things that did not fit in with how we mitigate or mitigation measures, correct? Just so.
And it was fairly broad, as Vice Mayor Pallavi was pointing out. It was advocacy efforts to better align our neighbors with, right.
Got it. I would support Vice Mayor Pallavi. This kind of came up in our work plan, and an item related to AMI and legislative issues. So I think I'm comfortable not having it in here, but continuing to include broad items in our legislative platform so staff understands what we're wanting them to advocate or oppose.
I hadn't even been thinking of legislative advocacy. I was thinking in terms of individual projects. Maybe we just changed the verb.
Back to support.
Oh, I'm open to alternatives. Anybody bring a thesaurus?
Got one on the internet. Councilmember Henderson or Klovstad, any thoughts? I also feel like if others feel really strongly to keep it in,
Yeah, I was going to say,
Also okay
I
with
don't
that.
feel particularly strongly about this. I can certainly understand the desire to put it in the legislative platform. We did do that with AMI. We had good reasons for that, so.
I guess to understand what that broad language was and if we could modify this, I liked your idea of not make it specific to clustered development requirements, but to our planning efforts and mitigation efforts in general.
We could work on that behind the scenes if you guys want to move on, and then we can bring it back with some
Okay.
sort of adaptation to that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So then the next topic then was the Tahoe Forest Hospital.
And so first, maybe could staff run a little bit through like a communication timeline with the hospital district, if that's possible, because I do know that came up on Tuesday, kind of saying, thank you. Yeah, just so we and the public kind of understands what has been transpiring over the past 3 years.
Mayor, do you mind if before we dive into the hospital, we talk about the vacancy tax? That was 12.E. Do you have that?
We can, at a council meeting 2 weeks ago, we did approve funding for a feasibility study, so we all supported it at that time.
Right.
Was there anything specific you wanted to discuss? I know we have heard some public comment in opposition to it, but we've heard public comment supporting it as well.
Right. That feasibility study that we authorized, the contract, it included a study of commercial spaces as well. And so consistent with that contract, where we're paying to have them investigate commercial spaces for a vacancy tax, I'm suggesting that we make LU 12.E consistent with that. So hence that language.
Yes, you're right. It's consistent. I would say, well, we're looking at it now. It also says time frame midterm, and that's also something maybe we want to adjust to short term potentially too, if that's, or I guess this is more specific to a ballot measure, and right now we're just exploring the feasibility. Okay. Other council members feel comfortable adding non-residential spaces?
Yeah, because there aren't any.
Well, but there are. Well, there are.
We don't have to debate.
Yeah, let's not
I'm
debate
totally
vacancy
fine
and-
with
Okay.
including it.
All right.
We don't need to debate how many commercial
Okay.
vacancies there are. It's fine. We're exploring it. It's all good.
Okay.
Councilmember Henderson, comfortable?
I'm ready to move on to the hospital.
Councilmember Zabriskie, since we have this slide up, did you want to touch on the fencing comment? And I did put a note on this one, which I had sent you also, of questioning if we need this in here.
I'm going to defer to staff's recommendation.
Okay.
I appreciated the reasoning given to us by the member of our community who was advocating for this, John Breyer, Henry Breyer. I'm sorry if I mangled your name. So I don't have anything vested in it, just generally sound like a good idea to me. You indicated there could be a legal issue, and I'm fine to have it corrected to conform to the law.
So that would be not changing it from what's specified in the plan.
Oh.
Councilmember Henderson?
Well, I just feel like this one, unless required for, I feel like that's kind of everything. So then I'm wondering why we actually have it in here. And I think my only feedback on this, I also appreciate the rationale that was given by Mr. Henry Byer the other evening, but I've also heard from community members say, what is this chain link fence thing? And we don't want chain link fence all over Truckee. So I'm a little conflicted on this one. It seems like a small detail, but I'd love to hear what some of my other fellow council members think about this as well.
There's a level of detail that's appropriate to address in the development code update.
Do you support keeping it as is?
I do.
Or an alternative is we could also just take this out altogether and then just have it in the development code, have reference to fencing in the development code.
And at that point, we can define legally permitted, existing, and modifications. Yeah.
Okay, I'm seeing nodding heads.
Yeah. All right. Hospital.
We do
Wait.
wait one more time. We do have that language for the legislative platform. So it was oppose new development projects in adjacent jurisdictions that are not held accountable to standards similar to the town of Truckee's, with specific relation to workforce housing, regional traffic impacts, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and or other important issues that do not align with adequate mitigation measures or on-site improvements.
So the only thing missing that might capture what we were trying to capture would be land use patterns.
That is not included in there.
Right. So that's what I'm
Yep.
pointing out. So if we wanted to either bring that into the general plan or take land use patterns and add it to the advocacy platform, I don't care. But I think that both accomplish the same thing at the end of the day, personally. And putting them in the general plan, that's a really interesting thing. I don't know what that does.
I think it is. I'm kind of curious about that too, because one thing that having that statement as it is in the general plan is it signifies to developers we are expecting this outside of our boundary, and they are informed of that expectation. So it's not just our staff informing us of this and we provide opposition letter. It's also informational to the general public too. I think it goes both ways.
And to our neighboring jurisdictions in a
neighboring
much more
jurisdictions.
public, pronounced, emphasized way.
And who I'm
Nobody's
sure
reading our
will
legislative
eventually
platform, right?
read or reference our general plan and find that specifically stated.
Do things like that show up in general plans? I've never seen one. No, I didn't think so.
No, but it doesn't mean you couldn't do it. I mean, it's our general plan. Just like you can create your own elements that are specific to each jurisdiction, you can create whatever policies you want.
Are there any EIR implications?
I don't think so.
No, because
it's advocate. It's not we shall.
the town's not making any decisions. We're not the decision
Right.
maker on anything that's outside Truckee.
So, I mean, with all of that, I'd be more than happy to take that whole sentence and pop it into the general plan with the addition of land use patterns. And if not, I'm also okay with that too.
Do we have a lot of negatives in the general plan? I guess that would be like the way that's written is very oppose. And I feel like our general plan is more positive, supporting. So I would just say maybe change the language more to what Councilmember Zabriskie of advocate for and support or something. I don't know.
We do have oppose. Land
we?
use
Okay.
12.5 references oppose exclusive development types such as gated communities, golf courses, and resort development.
But it certainly could be reworded as advocate for consistency with town standards of projects that are outside the town limits.
That seems to fit more with, I feel, the vibe of Truckee too.
I think retaining it in the advocacy platform is also mirrors that. So I kind of appreciate that addition, and I would support it in that way outside of the isolated cluster development piece that feels too tiny.
It's a significant improvement.
We were waiting, Andy.
Happy to help.
Thank you.
Do you want me to send it?
All right. So
Before we move off of that one, if I'm trying to capture it on the screen here so that we're accurate, what am I writing here?
Yeah. So
what Andy said.
Can Andy repeat?
Andy, can you repeat?
Advocate for consistency with town standards by projects outside town limits or something like that.
Within the planning area.
Yes.
Keep that piece. So we don't want to stray down to South Lake. We don't need to do that. I mean, maybe we do, but I don't.
All right, do we have what we need?
Good enough. I'll work on it while we're talking about the next one.
Okay. All right, moving on to the hospital. So maybe, back to the slide you had put up, kind of a little bit about timeline communication, just so all of us in the room can understand that a little bit better.
Yeah, so I think what staff has prepared is a pretty high-level summary. The conversations with the hospital have been occurring for many years now. The master plan or their campus master plan needs has been something what the town has been aware of for a while and engaged in conversations about. And understanding there was interest in the council seeing some of that high level communication. We put together this really brief snapshot of what that would be. So, 2020 to 2022, the town process, the hospital submitted applications. There was a handful of them during that period. In 2021, the hospital issued master plan, NOP. 2022, the master plan application, and then in 2023, the master plan review was deemed incomplete. And these are all things I think we've talked about. I don't think these are things that are new to the council. And we did just receive a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks now, the resubmittal in response to the deemed incomplete submittal. So that conversation is happening. We're in process of reviewing the resubmittal and the response back now. And if you have any specific questions, we can certainly answer those, or we can talk about how we're moving forward.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any thoughts from any council members? Council Member Zabriskie, I see you reaching for your microphone.
The big question for me is how to get the master plan to completion and approval in whatever form it takes. And I heard the other evening, 2 evenings ago, that it is the opinion of staff that it's more likely to be approved sooner if the general plan update were approved and then we turn to the master plan more thoroughly with more resources. But I'm also hearing opposing views. And sitting here right now, I don't know which answer is right. I feel like I need more information that I don't think I can get here tonight. So that's my my opening view on this, on the issue.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pallavi?
I have a question. I mean, generally, if any entity prepares their own notice of preparation and becomes their own lead agency, wouldn't that, I mean, traditionally or just in other communities, wouldn't that mean they're sort of operating on their own timeline anyway? And they wouldn't, whether there was a general plan or not, if you're putting out a notice of preparation and you're starting to proceed with an EIR, that signals you're proceeding with your plan, right?
Well, for CEQA purposes, yes.
Right.
What the hospital can do is they can act as a lead agency under CEQA. That they can do. But in terms of getting land use approvals and land use entitlements, that's something that the town would have to grant. So they can be on their own timeline for CEQA, but still need to engage with the town on the land use planning side of getting their master plan approved.
Right. So I guess I don't have any other questions. I'm good. I don't know if we're deliberating or not, but I'm happy to give it.
Yeah,
I do have a question.
go for it.
Because I did have some conversations with some Tahoe Forest Hospital System board members, and I really appreciate them taking the time to spend with me. And from what I understand, like their immediate crux of the issue is parking. And there seems to have been this series of unfortunate events with their parking applications that haven't yielded approval for a variety of very valid but technical reasons, zoning and relocation of housing units, because the state of California has dictated a no net loss, right? So is there a path to pursue, or could they pursue approval of their needed parking prior to an approval of a master plan? Not saying that we should, or that's what I want to have happen, but I'm just asking, is it feasible? Is it possible legally?
And you're specifically referring to the parking on the eastern side of the campus, the parking structure, or any parking?
I'm just saying parking. Like, that seems to be the crux of their issue, the stumbling block to what they need right now in order to feel successful and to be able to comfortably move forward with a master plan process with us.
Danielle, can you answer that?
Yeah, I mean, they can submit, and they have submitted an application for their parking in a couple different forms. We've seen some surface parking applications and parking garage applications. And some of the challenges, like you mentioned, have been the zoning, but there is a process for us that we can take them through where we work through those issues specifically.
Okay, so for the parking garage specifically, because I think that's their preference, they've located it, they know what they want to build, they know how they want to build it, they've applied for it, but it didn't include that rezoning application, so it needs to include that. And it also happens to be going where they tore down 16 units of housing. So by the state of California requirements, they have to designate where those 16 units are going to be rebuilt. Those are the two crux issues for the parking garage. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to be clear that the town has no intention of stopping the hospital from providing services to their patients, no matter where they're coming from. We have no intention of obstructing the master plan process. We have delineated a clear process to success for that master plan process that is separate from the general plan, and we are absolutely 100% convinced that that is your fastest and most expeditious approach to achieving that master plan approval, both CEQA and in zoning requirements. And so I'm failing to see why there's any benefit to the hospital or to the town or to the community to stop our process and incorporate their master plan. I don't understand the benefit to anyone. It seems like a lose, lose, lose. Am I missing something here?
We continue to think it's the fastest route forward for them if we're trying to advance the master plan outside of the general plan, because we are at the point where we are at now, and we were at the point that we were at 6 months ago. So yes, I think you're correct. I think you summarized that correctly. I think the crux of the issue is is really reinforcing that we do want to work in partnership in moving this forward, and having that be felt and heard and really received by everybody. As you said, this is something that is in the best interest of the community. We understand that medical services and healthcare is important. It's an important aspect of who we are as a community. And we can debate the facts of what's happened in the past all we want. but we're trying to move forward, and that's where we need to focus on.
I would agree, and I think what you're alluding to, and I'll have to say I was terribly disappointed in Harry Weiss's op-ed. However, I don't believe that op-ed represents the philosophy of his board, and mainly because they didn't appear to know that it was being published and what it said. And so I am committed to continuing that partnership with the board. I think I've established a good relationship there that I want to build on, but I do not expect this to be the way that we create partnership in the future. And I hope that the board will hold Harry accountable for the disintegration of that partnership, at least for the time period that it took me to calm down. And so I think moving forward, we have an opportunity to reset this, and I would like to do so. And I would like to start out with offering a commitment that we all have already done so publicly, and that is that it is a task item in our work plan, and that we commit staff time to working with the hospital. And if necessary, we do monthly meetings or quarterly reports to their board and to the council on the progress of that master plan. Because I don't know what else to do to satisfy your request, because it doesn't make any sense to me to include it in the general plan.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pallavi?
I wholeheartedly support, I was going to say Mayor Klostad, sorry, Councilmember Klostad's comments. And I'm not agreeing to necessarily anything above and beyond the work plan commitments we've already agreed to, just to be clear. And, you know, one thing that I do want to see as we move this thing forward, if we're going with whatever we're going to do, is, you know, a community dialogue. That was the first time I had heard the three options moving forward for the hospital, literally in that meeting the other night by the head of medicine. And I think that's an important conversation that this community needs to have. And it's not happening during the general plan. We agreed to do that, and we agreed that the hospital was on their own route, and it's been further affirmed at least 3 or 4 times, both at the dais and different workshops. And I want to make, you know, in addition to making sure that the hospital master plan goes through, we're not saying the hospital master plan is going through in every iteration that has already been submitted either. I want to make sure that the conversations that the community has the opportunity to have as we process this application are reflective of the views of the community and its servicers at the end of the day. And I want to make that really clear to the hospital. We're looking for genuine, transparent community workshops, not emails that the hospital sends out to their existing customer base and then sends back to us and says, yeah, everybody wants this. No, it needs to be meaningful, and we're going to be partners in this, and we're here to help. And we want to see that same level to come back, right? If that's what this is all about.
Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you. I actually have some questions first, and then I'll weigh in a little bit if that's okay. So first, there was an assertion made in public comment on Tuesday that the hospital submitted its application, it was early 2002, and they did not hear from town for nearly a year. And that is not my understanding, and I have seen those communications, and I understand staff has a timeline to give us a little bit more detail. I think it is important that the public has access to that and gets to see that as well. So could you provide some more of that detail in the timeline?
So I don't think we have much more detail beyond this to put up on the screen, but I think what the hospital was referring to was the actual written response back to their application submittal, which was from time of submittal to response. It was under a year, but it was a significant amount of time. In between there was numerous email exchanges and communications that happened between town staff and hospital staff. I think that's where the disconnect of that statement is.
Okay. And because we did set the expectation, I should say staff set the expectation in those communications that the earliest we would be able to process was going to be held up due to the general plan process. Is that correct?
We did exchange an email where that was clarified.
Okay. And then to Councilmember Pallavi's earlier point, if the hospital had started its own CEQA process, wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that they were not going to be part of our CEQA and EIR within the general plan?
I think I'm going to go back to what I said a few minutes ago, and we can continue to explore this if you want to. But I think what the reality is something broke down. The process
Absolutely.
broke down.
I'm
The
just trying to
communication broke down.
understand the
Something
facts.
broke down. So was there a misunderstanding that starting their CEQA process, then they could leap into the general plan from there? How that happened, I'm not sure. I mean, yes, they started their own CEQA process, and that's what we know, and we all can agree on that at this point.
Okay. I have some more questions, but I'll just cut it really short. I agree with several of my fellow council members. We had an unprecedented response on Tuesday in general. And this is so great. This is what local government is supposed to be about. And seeing you all here tonight is incredible. We heard from several representatives from the hospital. We then heard the general public weighing in on that as well. I find it very unfortunate that we then did have the GM of the hospital district put an op-ed in the paper yesterday that was blaming, not collaborative, and not helping the situation despite a stated intention to partner. So that said, I'm not going to play a callow blame game. I'm asking these questions to understand the facts of how we got to where we are today, and so we can also figure out an appropriate path forward. This concern is relatively new. We haven't received, much in terms of written or public comment from Tahoe Forest on these concerns. And I similarly feel committed to, I love your idea of the reports, for example, progress, what progress is actually being made. And let's set goals around that progress as well as a partnership. Board to board, I think is incredibly important. I also do think this deserves its own public process. The public needs to have an opportunity to weigh in specifically about this as well, because I think a lot of folks don't really know what the hospital is proposing or wants to propose. I know that there is a parking need. I also know that we have community members who don't want to see 3-story parking structures to accommodate hundreds of parking vehicles on Donner Pass Road. So it deserves a public process to engage in that. I also feel like we need, as a community, to have some conversation around we need access to affordable health care where people can get in for their appointments. I heard you loud and clear on Tuesday night of, we have this many more visitations at this point, our providers are strapped. But does Truckee as a community also want to bear all of the impacts associated with all of the development of the hospital? The hospital serves a much greater geographic footprint than Truckee, all the way to the lake, all the way down to Tahoma. So as a community, we need to have this conversation. At the point we are at now, and given staff's input, that a faster way forward for the hospital and for us is to retain these separately. I feel supportive of that and supportive of we need to have some detailed conversations. I would love to do that. Alice, I see you looking at me. Let's have coffee later this week. I mean, I truly mean that. Let's get together and let's start talking about some of these things and setting those goals and expectations and KPIs by which we can measure our progress for this partnership. And it really has to be a partnership, and it has to be a partnership with our community as well.
Councilmember Zabriskie, or you want to go
I
ahead?
think all 5 of us currently feel that it's more in the hospital's interest and the community's interest to leave the hospital master plan, the kind of changes we'd have to make to accommodate it out of the current general plan update. But not everyone shares our view. And more importantly for me, after hearing the comments of the other council members, is this is a really poor forum to build a partnership. We can sit up here and tell people we're cooperating with them. We can tell other jurisdictions we're going to cooperate and collaborate with you. But inherent in those terms is back and forth and a quality of discussion. And it doesn't occur in this forum. And particularly, I don't subscribe to the notion of telling another board what it should do to its employees. I think this is not the proper place to do that. I do think it would be appropriate to not be making a decision on this tonight, to actually go to that separate forum and sit down at a table, a round table, and have an open discussion where we can hear back from the entity we're telling we're going to collaborate with. So those are my thoughts, and I think that's important to reestablish trust and to minimize misunderstandings. So my feeling on the hospitals, we should not be making that decision here tonight, even though everyone can see the direction we're headed.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson, did you want to say something else?
Yeah, can I just ask a question of staff? If we were, for example, to, not make a decision on this tonight, it obviously impacts, the ability to adopt, the general plan or not. If we said we're going to take 4 weeks or 6 weeks, or what does that do to all of the other pieces that come behind this, right? Like, we have to go into a budget process really, really soon. Can you talk about that a little bit? Because I agree with you, Councilmember Zabriskie.
Yeah, so I'll speak to some things that we have on our horizon. We're in the budget process. We were supposed to be in a budget workshop tonight, so that's been pushed back. Staff is still putting all that together in terms of operating. We're pretty good on capital at this point. You have adoption hearings coming up and hopefully adoption in June. So that's the primary focus going forward from this date. We really can't revisit. We can have conversations about process and that sort of thing, but detailed conversation about, at least at a high level, the planning staff is working on that, of course, but we aren't going to be making progress towards a parking garage improvement, significant progress before the end of budget season, which is a couple months away.
I think I meant more, not necessarily to get to the point of, okay, the parking garage structure is, approved or not, but to Councilmember Zabriskie's point of understanding one another better and where each party is coming from and what they, what the hospital is trying to accomplish and, why they think it's better in the general plan, why we think it's not. I guess I was talking about more of those types of conversations.
Yeah, we can certainly sit down and have that conversation and see what details we can hash out about ground rules going forward.
And I think some of this discussion is going to go more into our deliberation later about if we're adopting, what we plan to do with the general plan itself.
So I'm just looking for a little clarity. Are you guys on that end saying you're open to bringing the hospital master plan process into the general plan update? Because I guess I'm just a little confused. I am adamantly opposed to that. And I just want to make sure that's the topic at hand right now.
I think specifically the EIR.
The EIR.
Recirculation that it would require.
Okay, so I'm a no. And I didn't know where that was going, so I'm just trying to be really clear as to what exactly we were referring to.
To put it another way, I think we're being a little presumptuous to think we know, the five of us know, what is best for the hospital. And at a minimum, I'd like to sit down with the hospital and have them convince me that it's in their best interest to put it in the general plan update. Because I don't see that sitting here right now, but it's just out of respect for a sister jurisdiction, I think it's worth a pause. And I'll say I'm really happy that Council Member Klovstad has spoken with 3 of their board members. 2. That's certainly a step in the right direction. That's taking us in the right direction, and I'd like to see us have a little more informal setting with a dialogue with the hospital. Let them try to convince us. I mean, it can't be more than, I guess, 2 of us. I guess they have to meet separately, but
I think Councilmember Zabriskie, we have received significant correspondence from them and their attorney that made their case for that. And I'm pretty convinced that they are still better served by being separate from the general plan. I'll just let you know that's my perspective, given the correspondence that we have read.
that's my perspective as well, but I recall the letters essentially being legal arguments, why we had to
Yes.
include them in
And-
the general plan.
And then on top of it, we've hosted copious amounts of public comment where I did not see the argument for the benefit to either the hospital or the community for incorporating their master plan into our general plan. I still don't see the benefit of that. And perhaps there's perhaps we do need to take a moment and ask that question, but I'm pretty confident staff has, and we've not concluded that their reasoning is going to be effective.
I feel the same way.
Okay.
It's just sort of out of respect for their position. They disagree. I just feel like we're shoving it down their throats.
The one last chance to, it's the last dance of the night.
It could be that.
All right, well, I'm going to jump in here. And, I want to say, I think all 5 of us up here want to ensure we have accessible health care for our community. We all appreciate being able to have our babies in Truckee, go see a doctor. So I do want to say that Tahoe Forest Hospital and the hospital district provides a very important service. I think also we all, I'm not going to speak for everybody, but we want to allow the hospital to get to the point to be able to develop what is needed for our community as quickly as possible with a public process, ensuring, everybody gets a chance to weigh in. And it's still my understanding too, that the quickest process to do that would be to have them continue on their path and not be added to the general plan. So I would be in support of keeping it separate. I do like Councilmember Klovstad's suggestion. I think let bygones be bygones. Things happen. There was miscommunication, misunderstanding probably on a lot of people's part, and moving forward, working together better. And if that means council members or board members are in more frequent meetings, so that way we can ensure all of our staff is being held accountable and living up to what they've committed to, I think that is a great way to continue to move forward with getting the healthcare system that is needed in our community. So I would be in support of leaving it separate and going along that path. So it sounds like maybe Council Member Zabriskie would like to have a little bit more conversation, but otherwise the rest of us, Councilmember Henderson?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I think more conversation is a worthy thing, sort of, to push this process forward. And I just want to clarify, my comments were not to say that I necessarily want to have to go and redo the EIR entirely. We heard from staff on Tuesday night that that would take 2 to 3 years. The detriment to our community of holding up the general plan, of holding up more housing programs for our workforce, of holding up our climate action plan, it just far outweighs, bringing it together, I think, especially given staff's perspective that we can all move forward faster and more efficiently when we stay apart. So just to clarify that.
Got it. All right. Well, I think we have consensus. Maybe not consensus, excuse me. Yes, consensus. Thank you.
No, I'm inclined, as I was before, I'm inclined to keep the master plan out of the GPU, but it's not a consensus. I think we should put that off until we've had an opportunity to talk more with the hospital.
Okay. I think, again, this is maybe where when we get into deliberation and if we're deciding what's happening tonight and what action we're taking, and that could weigh into it and in the discussions we have there. Does that sound good? Okay. All right, it is 7:13. Normally we take a break around now. Do we want to take a break? Yes, I'm seeing head nods. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then I'm going to say 15 because it's usually longer than 10 minutes. So we'll be back at 7:27. Thank you. All right, thank you all very much. We're going to bring this meeting back to order. Hope everyone got snacks or bathroom breaks as needed. And we will move on. We have one last discussion item we had on the list, but there may be more. We'll see. So Danielle, I'll send it back over to you for that last one. Did you have any slides or comments?
I didn't have any slides set up specific to it other than if you have questions. Chantal prepared some graphics to kind of show some of the elevation. So we could use those if we want. And this is really stemming from the Planning Commission's discussion and the public comment that came out about the a potential project on Jaboom, so the corner of Jaboom and Bridge and High right there, and having any potential future project have the ability to have a height that would exceed the height of High Street. And so the Planning Commission made a recommendation. Oh, God.
I was going to say, do you want to put up the Planning Commission recommendation?
Yeah,
I don't know if that would be helpful.
totally.
There we go. Wasn't that it? Limit building height to 10 feet on High Street? In that first one?
Yep, it is in the first one. As measured from High Street.
Can Steph speak to again, what is allowed there and what would be allowed there as currently written?
Sure. So currently it's zoned downtown commercial and downtown mixed use. They both have a maximum height, average height of 50 feet. And the proposal is to change a portion of the project area from downtown commercial to downtown mixed use, thereby having the whole area the same zone district, not changing the allowable height. So currently 50 feet is the allowable height, and if the change went through, 50 feet would be the allowable height.
Thank you. Any questions from any council members? Council members Zabriskie, or comments too?
Yeah, my question goes to the fact that the High Street does not remain at the same elevation. And what I'm hearing from High Street residents is it's being able to look out their property and see the same things they do right now, and that having a standard height limit really doesn't take into account the changing topography, the reduction in height. So what would be wrong with having a height limitation that tracks the gradient of High Street?
I mean, of course, it's up to the council. Height limit is usually not thinking about, properties behind or what the grade is, behind a site, but more at the street level looking at the building. But I understand where the public comment has been. I've been always kind of not wanting to bring in the actual potential project into this discussion, only because we're not talking at a project level. But as Danielle mentioned, the project applicant has put together kind of their vision, and we had asked to see what it looked like on High Street. Their idea, instead of doing 50 feet, was to do an elevation line. I think it was 5870. That would be the height limit. That doesn't really still help the ones on High Street as High Street goes down. But I don't know, would that be helpful to pull that up, just
Yes.
to get the idea?
Right.
I am not sure. Do you want me to? So at the top of the page, you can see High Street and some of the structures in High Street, the elevation decreasing, and where that building line would block some of the High Street neighbors. This actually is not at 50 feet, the way we would measure height traditionally. I believe the other diagram shows how they're looking at height. So this wouldn't be a 50-foot height limit when you're looking at the slope. You can pull up the other one. So even with my glasses, I can't see the total height, but I think it's at 31.4, 31.7. Because what we do is we measure average height from low point of the grade to the high point, and it's kind of like a 50-foot line that, follows the grade.
So that's the line that you can see up here is delineating if you took a cross section.
That would be 50.
The 50 feet would be up in this area. And that is one of the ways that our height standard is set up is to encourage stepping down hillsides. So you have the benefit that if you extend out and drop down and have sections of buildings that you can average the heights. And so to Chantal's point, it's the 50 feet is already what the standard is, but you can design something that's less, based on our height standards.
Right, and so I was wondering if the step down couldn't be done to conform to the declining elevation of High Street. So you were doing it in 2 dimensions instead of 1.
Well, the way the height standard is calculated right now is it's the highest and lowest points where it touches the natural grade and it's averaged. So there's only really 2 points that you're checking. It doesn't account for the way that High Street slopes.
Right. I guess I'm thinking of all the provisions we already have in our development code about protecting views and ridge lines and that sort of thing, and certainly in spirit, if not in letter, protecting the view of the High Street homes and their view of the downtown would be protecting a historical view, and we make it important to us to really cherish the historical district. That's
As I mentioned at the last meeting, if council does want to change something here, I don't really suggest changing how we calculate height throughout all of town. So then I think it would have to be something specific, right? We can't just protect views because a housing project needs an objective standard. We would have to allow them to go to, anyone to go to 50 feet in a housing project regardless of view protection.
I'm fine with an objective standard that says it follows the elevation of High Street.
Do we have other places in town where we have specific height requirements? Like you're saying, this specific area, it would have this specific height requirement that follows this. I'm just curious if there's other places in town.
I mean, in our scenic corridor, we have fairly substantial reductions in height, but not ones that would pertain to just a singular property. And then obviously different zone districts have different height limitations, but that's applied district-wide.
This would be applying to a number of parcels, however.
I believe there's currently seven.
There are 7 underlying lots, but they're all under one ownership and they're not actually buildable. Some of them are so small, so it's essentially looked at as a parcel. You couldn't separately develop them, so.
Just one more question. What did HPAC say about this view issue to and from High Street?
I wasn't there for those meetings, but my understanding is that the original project, and I understand maybe Laura was the original project planner, but was much larger in mass, and I believe HPAC and the community were looking for something, in a smaller scale, which I do believe this is a representation of something smaller than what was originally reviewed. But that was definitely part of HPAC's review and community.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely have concerns about compatibility with the historic district because you have a lot of historic structures both on High Street. They did not support any kind of true development coming off of High Street. So in different versions of throughout time from proposals we've seen, there's been maybe single family homes that would have driveways coming off of High Street, and then there would be the building below. So since I've been at the town, and there's been many versions of projects on this site, that has always been a point of discussion of what the views are from High Street. So definitely a concern for the Historic Commission.
Okay.
Other questions or thoughts? Councilmember Henderson?
I have one other question because we've talked a lot about the state density bonus program and the ability of, and I'm not talking about a specific project, but just like the ability of developers with the state density bonus program and meeting certain AMI thresholds for those units to request things like waivers to height limits, waivers to parking, and we have very little ability to then say no, basically. So can you just talk about that in the context of not this building, this project, this proposal, but how that would work just in the downtown area?
Kind of like Councilmember Polivy did earlier, you aptly described the current framework under state density bonus law. In the past couple of years, there's been less and less control over projects that come in with a density bonus request, and there's both waivers and concessions. I won't get into the distinction, but it's basically ways that a developer can ask to modify a development standard in the town, and there's very little ability that we have to say no. And depending on the affordability level that they come in, those waivers and concessions can kind of ratchet up if there's greater affordability associated with the project. But as it applies today, if a developer complies with our inclusionary housing ordinance, which requires a 15% dedication toward inclusionary housing, there are a number of waivers and concessions that are then automatically available to that developer. And typically we're seeing requests for, like you said, increased height limitations, elimination of private outdoor spaces, parking reductions, et cetera.
So even if we, for example, said, followed the planning commission's recommendation of 10 feet, above High Street, they could come in, assuming they get density bonus from the state, and it could all of a sudden be a 60-foot building. Am I right on that?
Depending on the level of affordability, yes. It could be up to 3 stories beyond what's currently allowed.
And there was one comment or a couple comments that we received asking the town not to sort of acquiesce to state standards, specifically the government code. And that's not something we can do. We have to, even though we're a charter town and we have some ability to deviate from state laws, it's pretty limited. And we don't have the ability to say, yeah, no, we're just not going to do the state density bonus law. It's just not an option that's available to us.
Councilmember Henderson, can I also ask one quick question on the same topic?
Please.
Would our adoption of objective design standards on multifamily housing change the dynamic on that? If we said in our objective design standards that our maximum height was 50 feet?
No.
No.
The way the density bonus law works is if you hit the required density amount, you can ask for concessions and you can ask for waivers, and those two things are different. But the way the law has been evolving is that more and more things are fair game to ask for, and we have very little ability to say no to those things. So even if we have completely objective standards like height limits, somebody could come in and say, I need more height, and we might have a difficult time saying no.
And it also doesn't matter if it's in a historic district.
That was my next
So
question.
great. Love the state.
Well, and so do we have any ability to say, you said we have very little ability. Do we have any local control to say no to those types, to a height increase?
Well, the outer boundaries of where that line is between what can be asked for and what cannot be asked for have not been entirely established. If we had a 50-foot height limit and somebody said, yeah, I'm going to need 200, maybe we could say no to that. But if we have 50 and somebody asks for 60, almost certainly can't say no to that. If they ask for 70, probably can't say no to that. It kind of depends on the project.
And this speaks a little bit to the reason why we want to develop our town density bonus program. This isn't necessarily a question, but because I heard everyone's kind of gasps there, of talking about the potential for if people get the state density. And that's why this town density program is something I think we're all excited about. Mountain area preservation is, other community members are, because then we can set incentives that are, again, specific to our workforce and maybe wouldn't have all of the same concessions and get more of the type of products and projects we want to see in our community.
That's exactly right. The idea is to give people an option and to try to make our own local program attractive enough that they could say, I'm going to take the town's program rather than state program. And with the town program, we can fit projects into parameters that we think are more appropriate for the community and try to get people away from the state program. And we can never prevent people from using the state program, but we can provide an attractive option that might work better.
Councilmember Henderson?
Yeah, I just I think it's worth having staff clarify exactly what we're envisioning with a town density bonus program, because I did get some feedback from some of our constituents about, the language in there says modeled after the California state density bonus program, and that has people very concerned. Maybe we even want to take out that language, modeled after, but our intention is not to provide incentives and then do things like waive height limits. So I just want to be really clear with what we're talking about here.
Yeah, Danielle, do you want to kind of talk through your vision for that? And I'll start by saying this is a pretty innovative concept. There's only one jurisdiction in the state so far that we've found that's even started or tried to do this. So we're really trying to create something new. And again, something that would attract a developer to go to our program versus the state's program.
And I'm going to jump in and maybe say, I think that's a worthwhile conversation, Councilmember Henderson, because maybe that is some language we want to change. I do feel like maybe getting back to Jaboom a little bit, because while it's related to this, it's a little bit of a separate issue, just so maybe we can try to close a loop here. But I think we should go back to that. That's a great idea.
So I'll just be clear. 50 feet is fine with me. I don't think any changes need to be made.
Councilmember Cliffsted?
The more consistent we are in our development code and in our standards, the more attractive our community is to work with the town instead of taking state density bonuses. So I too am supportive of sticking with the 50 feet and pursuing ways of creating attractive alternatives should a developer come to us and want to exceed that.
Does this side feel the same way? Other thoughts?
I think the historical district's different, and for that reason, I would follow the elevation of High Street as the top.
How would we do that? How would we would just designate that on Jaboom Street you cannot exceed the height of High Street?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And is that an objective enough standard that we could implement? I'm asking staff.
I think that can be objective. It might need to be can't exceed the height of which portion of High Street.
Ah, yes, because it slopes down.
Well, you'd follow the slope. I think you're talking about whether it's the curb, the midline.
Well, if you go back to the other elevation, can you do that? So the point here being Councilmember Zabriskie is on this far right corner here. Are you saying you want it to not exceed even that lowest point height?
Yes, right.
And can you pull up the Planning Commission's recommendation again?
Yeah, they said 10 feet above High Street.
I think as you get down towards the level of Jaboom Street, there's not room there for building anyway. I'm trying to think of the practical effect in terms of the impact. I don't think there is much.
Yeah, and I think I'm more trying to think of a practical structure of that policy, because can you really just say High Street? I don't know.
Yes. You could, or you could just do an elevation based on High Street. You could have it mapped or
And
something.
that would be somewhere other than following the level of High Street.
You could take it down to where you could build a single family home.
Do we want a single family home there?
No.
Are you doing this to preserve the historic character?
Yeah.
So how does a arbitrary building height affect a historic character because a view shed is not historic, a physical thing is historic, right?
And the view, the lived experience.
The experience can
Is
be
histo-
historic,
yeah.
right? We all have that, right? So
I would
Well,
just
I'm
say
talking
to
about-
honor HPAC that view sheds are often part of their conversation. So I want to acknowledge that they do talk about that quite a bit as an important factor in compatibility.
and that's good. And I want to be careful here that we're not prescribing a project, right? And I think that we all just have to be careful. 50 feet is it's a number. You start, well, over here you can do this, and over there you can do that. I don't know, 50 feet. It's easy.
Or is there some language that we could look at to address the view sheds or the ridge line and to protect it? Is there an opportunity there?
Yeah, we talked about this internally, and we're trying to find solutions to this, and it's hard to know without an actual project because each project can come in with different options for it between their architecture and where they put breaks in the buildings and how it flows with what's around it, and the context is a big part of it. So, unfortunately, I don't have a lot to add to that. It's a hard thing to discuss. When you're just talking about a flat standard. So 50-foot height limit, is a very objective standard, but a view shed is not necessarily objective.
Is there anything that that restricts the ability to access this development from High Street? Because you said in some of the earlier iterations they had access point from High Street, but I think that's also a big concern. Yes, the view is, but maybe that isn't getting as much attention because the last version didn't have that.
Technically, no, but our engineering division does issue encroachment permits, and they have some minimum standards for what those look like. So those are at the town engineer's discretion. But generally, if it complies with our standards, then we would issue an encroachment permit.
Councilmember Henderson?
I just want to, so the planning commission's recommendation, 10 feet on High Street, that's higher than our 50-foot standard? Would that be? Because that's what I think I heard you say, yes?
No,
In
because
some places.
yeah, we don't really know. We don't know. Again, because we measure height as an average.
And I know how I guess I understand how we measure height and how we've always measured height, and I don't want to open the door to, but I'm just going to ask the question. Are there other ways to think about how we measure height?
We were just talking about that. That is probably the most clear answer, is that you could say it's to the maximum point of the structure. So measured from natural grade. So say if it was a 50-foot, you'd say from natural grade to the peak highest point of the structure. That's the measurement. So you would be creating a unique height standard.
Which is hard because we don't really want to the points over here. We don't want to go down that route. And every time we have another parcel come up, say, hey, we're creating standards for this particular parcel.
I'll jump in and agree with this side. I think it's important to protect our historical character as much as we can. But I also am concerned about setting new metrics and having a different way to measure buildings on this site about a project that we're not even really talking about a specific project. It's kind of tricky where it just seems more straightforward. Let's maintain what the standards are. And I know when projects come in, staff works with them and, hey, view corridors and historic elements are important. Think about that as you're designing the project. Yeah, I'm comfortable sticking with what we have.
Which is
the 50 foot height limit, the standard that we have, rather than changing it to something specific for this property here. Encouraging staff when they work with whatever project comes in to ensure, they're that developer is aware, obviously knowing if the standard is what the standard is, they can't force them into anything, but communicate that.
So what's the difference between 50 feet and 10 feet above High Street?
I think we would need a survey and a topo to understand where the natural grade is, right? Because it would depend on what part of the parcel that you're developing on. I don't know. I mean,
Can you give me a ballpark? Or
oh gosh,
I'll
I
take
have
a
no
few
idea.
feet.
But the one picture, and I don't know if it's to scale, but we could look at that picture.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, what they're saying is the larger building is under our height standards 31
Okay.
feet, and looks like maybe as the elevation goes down, it's about 15 feet. Would you think? It doesn't look like it's to scale though.
Artistic rendering.
Yeah, we were wanting to see kind of a representation of what they thought it was going to look like
Yeah, very
for
good.
the High Street residents.
And I don't think where we sit today, we have the measurements to totally understand what all this would mean.
Or nor do we know if this is an approvable design for other standards. I mean, this is very, like you said, artist rendering, their kind of thought.
I think the Planning Commission was talking about car height. Is that right? It's whether it's going to be a Porsche or a Sprinter. I think they had that discussion.
Council Member Henderson, I will. There's three of us over here, I think, that
I know.
are feeling
I feel
one
like
way.
we're kind of moving towards a roughly 3 to maybe 2 anyways. I mean, I think my biggest concern truly is that we say 50 feet, and I believe we need to have objective design standards, and they need to apply across all of throughout town, so that it's equitable, so that any developer who comes in knows exactly what our design standards are, and we're not setting a precedent of we're developing different design standards for different parcels. My biggest concern is, given the state and them taking away all of our local control, especially related to housing, that all of a sudden we have a much taller building there than 50 feet. So that's a really big concern that I have. And we might not be able to do much about that because of the position the state has put us in. But it worries me.
Absolutely share that concern. I don't want to discount the fact that
So
a state density bonus on this site could be really tragic for a lot of reasons. I think that's why we really want to support staff in developing that density bonus program so that we have that option.
This is also a constrained site, right? So you guys have to also understand that, yes, sure, they can apply for a density bonus, but they can only fit so much in there, right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, they have to be sellable. They have to be rentable. That, there's other conditions that aren't just height restricted. So we can get into the weeds on this, or we can wait for a project to come to us. Either way, but I'm not sure.
And let's also face it, this is a prime piece of real estate in our downtown core. I don't see them going for 100% density bonus and doing all affordable. I just don't see that, but maybe I'm just being too hopeful.
Well, and I would say they've been extremely patient in waiting for the SB2 process to go through. And, they could have done something, years ago on their own, and they've been trying to work through, all of the
They could do
things,
something now.
right? They could do something now, and they've been trying to get this done. So, yeah, I don't know if that helps you, but.
Can I ask 2 more questions just to maybe get it to help me? So one, because we've sort of pulled sites through the SB2 process, does it give us any other parameters by which to be able to put boundaries around these things, or not really? No. Chantel's shaking her head.
I mean, not so much. I think when SB2 was first envisioned and this was going to go quicker, we were going to ask for some benefits from the developer of the sites in order to get some additional zoning. But because it was wrapped into the general plan, this site is being rezoned to DMU like other sites in the downtown Truckee plan that weren't part of the SB2 site, SB2 program. So, yeah, I feel like we've kind of left the area where we're doing special zoning in a special pocket. But, yeah, it's, I don't know if we want to, I don't think you guys want to talk about the whole zone district changing their height standards. I don't think, and it wouldn't change if you didn't, if you didn't move this through to DMU and it was still at DC, there would be less units involved, potentially more of a reason to do density bonus, and it would still be 50 feet. So not really a great answer, but I don't see a path there.
And last question, I promise, because I know we want to move on. But with our density bonus program, and of course it's brand new, it's only just now, proposed in the general plan. We still have to figure out what that actually looks like. But could we prioritize certain areas of town for that density, but for our town density bonus program to make it more attractive for those developers to come to us and not the state?
As far as we know, we think we can do things like prioritize, incentivize, et cetera, that we can't necessarily say you can only do this in this singular zone district. Or we, are only allowed to offer a unit to this type of person. We can't do things like that. But incentives and priorities are, we think, okay. And again, this type of program, we've only seen one other type within the state. There could be more out there, and we just haven't had adequate time to search. But it's a relatively new concept. Likely in response to what's happening at the state, I would suspect.
Any other thoughts then, Councilmember Henderson, or?
I mean, I guess I will acquiesce because I'm just not seeing another path forward, really, unfortunately. I mean, if there were, here's option A, B, and C, and we had another feasible option where we could really constrain that height, that would be my first choice. I'm not seeing that option.
Okay, so I'm hearing leave as is in the general plan at 50 feet. All right.
Reluctantly.
So I think that was the end of the discussion items. Staff had put together slides for. Happy to entertain any other items from council members. I did, I have the Planning Commission's recommendations here. So just kind of looking at some of the things that they talked about, which was Climate Action Plan Element 8A and 8C, which they had, made a recommendation in response to Kat's letter. We've been working with Kat, so I did want to acknowledge that was good. We know their recommendation on adoption, which we're going to get to in a bit. They did have a recommendation related to council better addressing traffic and to get people out of their cars. I feel like we've all kind of discussed the mobility element, and it's a very important element, and it does a lot of progressive things. And I think I heard Alfred Knotts at the Planning Commission say how it is progressive and our current general plan limits what we're doing. So I'll go out and say I feel like we're doing a lot, so I'm good with that. I'm seeing heads nod. Okay. Hospital master plan. We talked about that. They did have a recommendation about increasing the industrial land use floor area ratio to 5. To 1. Sorry, in a 5-0 vote. Sorry, too many numbers on this page. Staff, it sounded like maybe there were not totally understanding what the implications of that and how that would impact some things. Danielle, did you want to speak to that at all?
Yeah, I included some of this in the staff report, just talking about industrial user needs are often at the ground level. And so that need will often drive a building to get taller, which then are you really accommodating industrial uses if it's having to go up multiple floors? We're often seeing that it's either their workforce housing on the second floor or potentially an office, but we don't really have a lot of industrial buildings that are kind of going up to that height. So we're not sure that you can feasibly make the 1.0 work and have it be enticing to industrial users to actually build to that standard.
What's the corresponding coverage standard? What's the maximum coverage? Is it 50%, 30%?
Are you talking site coverage?
Yes.
I think it's 30% max for open space.
Oh, for open space.
Yeah, 70% coverage, 30% open space.
Okay.
Any other questions, Councilmember Zabriskie, on
Yeah,
that?
I'm trying to calculate how many floors would at one point FAR be on a site where the maximum coverage is 70%. If you took it all the way out to one.
I mean, it depends on the size of the property.
Well, it would always be a FAR of one. And it would always be 70% coverage.
I guess I would look other council members. Yeah. If,
I'm not really interested in changing it for,
Okay.
for a lot of reasons, but the second would be, wouldn't a significant increase like that trigger an EIR review anyway? Because we'd be increasing the density on all those on all those parcels potentially. So if we're trying to avoid EIR changes, this is automatically thrown out. If we don't care about EIR changes, then
It could. The amount of square footage analyzed in the EIR was very small.
so it could.
Well, we just haven't had we haven't
We don't
looked
know,
at that, so we
right.
don't know. So our inkling is yes, it could.
Right. So to me, that eliminates this discussion tonight. Should we delay and other things happen and you want to have this discussion again, they can come back with more information.
I agree.
I think this is appropriate for a possible future development standard or amendment if we feel it's necessary and staff has the time to determine that it doesn't trigger a recirculation, then I would be very willing to consider it. But I don't think now's in our best interest.
It's fine.
all right. I think that got most of them. Revisit the climate action plan, more clarity. I think.
I think we addressed that issue.
Yep. Okay. So I think that covered most of their recommendations related to the general plan, and then some additional edits that were included as well. Okay.
Can I ask one question? Staff, are there any other items we haven't covered where you recommended differently than the Planning Commission? Or have we covered them all? I noticed I think you supported more than half of Planning Commission's recommendations, but you were pointing out concerns with others. I want to make sure we covered all the ones where you had concerns.
Yeah, I think for the general plan, we've covered everything.
And I did miss one on here. The other recommendation was support the map alternative 3. That was 221. Councilmember Klofstad?
2 yeses, 2 abstain, and 1 no. That's an interesting vote. Yeah, I think we have deliberated that, or at least the GPAC did extensively, and we have based our assumptions and made our calculations and done our mitigations based on the proposed land use agreement. So I support continuing with that.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. All right. Any other discussion items from anyone? All right.
We did have, or maybe it was just me that got this, one public comment about, as you had brought up the vision statement. No, she spoke actually, and talking about full-time residents. Maybe we just want to say residents.
I still
Yes.
get that.
Support.
Yeah, that was Cindy Basso got up
Thank
and
you.
for
Thank
one
you for
thing.
bringing that back.
Very appropriate. All right. So we've gotten through a lot of our discussion items. So, we are being asked to discuss potential action this evening. And so I think now it's time to start talking, about kind of what are the next steps? What are people thinking tonight? We've heard a lot of public comment. We've made some changes thanks to that public comment throughout this entire process, not just in the past few days. So again, thank you to everybody that has participated. So with that, I'm going to kick it over to Councilmember Zabriskie first. Kick us off.
Sure. I would like to be in a position to go ahead and adopt the general plan but I am concerned about misunderstandings and perceptions of mistrust, where it seems like after that large turnout we had Tuesday night, it might be good to give people an opportunity to sit down with one or more of us in a more informal context and have the opportunity to clear up misunderstandings, make an effort to reestablish trust before we adopt it. And I suppose it's possible that something could come out of it where we change our minds, but I, for one, have listened, and I think all of us have listened to the community input. I have spent extra hours and days trying to follow up on recommendations or criticisms from members of our community. And I've learned a lot more. And I think there are things where I realize that in my mind, based on what I've learned, development capacity is not the same thing as a population projection. And I am comfortable with what the data shows to be our current population size. I do feel I have a better understanding now of traffic, of what causes it, what we need to do to reduce it. And I think the mobility element reflects that well, but I know there's other people who don't. I'm more than willing to sit at a table, have a coffee talk, and sort of flesh that out and move the needle a little bit to demonstrate further we do care and we do understand and we do hear what people have to say. And I don't think a month postponement to allow that to happen would hurt us, even though there are so many policies and action items in the general plan update that will make this a better community. But it's important to have community cohesion, community trust. I don't want to lose that, and I'd be willing to give up a short time to try and make the effort to reestablish it. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Just to clarify, when you said a short time, I think I heard you say a month, but is that what you're referring to?
Yes, a month to 2 months. It's how do you put together enough time to allow people to get together, schedule something, and also find out just how much turnout there's going to be. Because I side with many people on terms of the kind of notice we've given of our meetings and workshops. And it's been broad. And people just did not show up. Over the course of 5 years, attendance declined. The postings on Truckee 2040 went down. It's sort of like people came, they participated, they got exhausted, and they stopped participating. GPAC pretty much just kind of, went away. And that was in large part because of the membership interest declined. And I'm not putting that on the consultant or staff. I think that was more a reflection of how hard it is to deal with complicated issues, the amount of time you need to study this stuff, how deeply you need to go to figure out a way to solve them. So suddenly in the last day of the last 5 years, we have a huge crowd show up and say we want more time. If we give it 1 or 2 months, I don't think I'm going to see many people showing up to have the discussion. That's the great irony. But I want to make that effort just because of that concern about trust, and I want to clear up misunderstandings.
do you expect that we would be asking our staff to attend all of those meetings as well and reflect on changes throughout that 1 to 2 months, or are you just looking to make yourself or whatever council members or staff are interested available for anybody who wants to come meet, and we're going to listen and talk, but we're not necessarily promising a different document? And I'm asking those
No.
questions because I'm trying to gauge how much staff capacity you're looking for in that 30 to 60 day time period.
I'm not looking for any staff capacity.
None.
If
Zero.
I were, then I would be willing to do the coffee talks. There could be a specific item where only staff could provide it, and I might ask for some limited help, but I don't visualize staff participating. I think the sense of trust needs to be reestablished through the council. Just so happens I'm the only one that's retired. Everyone else has a working life. This is what they do in what we call their spare time. And they have someone else taking care of their kids at home. So I don't know how many other council members could attend, but we could try to do the best we could for get some weekend participation from other council members. I don't want to be the only one that participates, but I'm fully aware that other council members have a much busier schedule than I do.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. So I feel we have a couple options before us tonight, right? We can adopt the general plan and certify the EIR. We can reject it and, I don't know, go back to the drawing board at tremendous expense to the taxpayer dollar, not to mention everyone's time and energy. Or we could take a short pause to see if we can reflect more on everything that we've heard. And the reality is we've heard a lot in a very short time over the past week. So I have a question for staff. If we were to take that short pause as described by Councilmember Zabriskie, I know we say we're not asking for staff time or minimal staff time because there's always some, but if there are other minor modifications or things that we want to reflect the way that we did tonight to reflect the community's interest in what we heard on Tuesday, that is going to take some staff time. So do we have capacity for that over the next, say, 4 to 6 weeks? Can we, I'm just going to ask a wild thing. Could we push off budgeting? Like during COVID, we adopted an interim budget for a short period because I know we're moving into budgeting now, and that is a tremendous amount of staff time and energy.
Yes.
So I'm trying to come up with options, I guess.
Yeah, so you could do an extension budget if you wanted to, but there's still preparation work in that. So I'm not sure that saves you any time, or it might save a little bit, but we still have to do something to present that extension budget. I mean, I think, and I think it's important to reiterate, in the next 4 to 6 weeks, regardless of, and probably less than that, 2 to 4 weeks, regardless of what you decide tonight, we're working with the hospital to determine the path forward and how we're going to proceed in partnership to move their master plan forward. So I think we already have that task item. I think we've heard you say that collectively. If you're wanting to host coffee talks and meetings on your own, I mean, we wouldn't be attending, and that wouldn't be the expectation I'd have for staff. It would depend on the level of changes that you get out of that and how those are compiled, and if you're willing to dedicate another meeting and push other items off. Otherwise, you're looking at earliest July to come back with anything. Again, you're going to push things in the work plan, and we'll have to figure out what that is. That's summer months, so there might be concern about doing that when people are in summer vacation and on vacation. So it's hard for me to tell without knowing what level of changes you may be wanting to make.
I would also
Let's-
say
Is that
I would also say that we adopted the interim budget for COVID because we needed more time to understand what was happening, not because we didn't, we needed more time to budget. Just want to make sure that's clear.
do we absolutely? Do we have a legal obligation to budget and to not be able to push it out? I'm just again asking for options.
We can do an extension. We always reserve a second meeting in case you don't approve it on the first one. It's not ideal and it's not recommended.
We're not actually required to have a budget, oddly enough. It would be unusual, to say the least.
This is a direction you want to go. My preference is that we work around the budget calendar and figure out how to fit it in and accept some comfort level that that might be summer, and people might be on vacation before you're having this conversation again, and factor that into your decision. It might be perfectly fine. If you're announcing that now and people are aware, maybe that works. And then I do want to revisit the amount of staff effort or support you're expecting, but I'm not sure. I think you need to flesh out what you're thinking you're going to get out of a pause a bit more before we have that conversation.
So I think for me, and I'm not saying I'm advocating for the pause yet. I'm exploring it. Just to be really clear, is that, giving us, all of us as a community, some time to be more in understanding mode of one another and less in attack mode on one another related to the general plan and items in it. We heard a tremendous amount on Tuesday. Taking a short pause could ensure that the things that we heard, we've reflected appropriately in the plan. That maybe there are some other, minor changes that can continue to support the community and what they want to see. So that is, I think, the benefit of a pause. My parameters, I'll be honest, I don't want it to come back in July. Kids are out of school. People are away on vacation. I think our engagement on it will be significantly lower in the summer. I don't want to see that, especially not after the momentum and robust conversation that we've been having this past week in these meetings. So if it means pushing to July, I think that is sort of a deal breaker for me. I think the other parameter is that, major changes are a huge undertaking. And so at this point, it is the additional incremental things that we can continue to do to continue to support our community. That's always been my touchstone. I know it is for my fellow council members as well. One time where I feel comfortable speaking for you all. So those are sort of my parameters if we were to go in the direction of taking a pause on this. And I think the other thing that I just want to say, if we do take a pause on it, is that we can all always do better. And I think what I've really seen come forth over the past week is that, in our communications, in our outreach, our understanding of one another, are making sure that we're having those conversations. And this is showing us that we all have opportunity to do better all together. So I'm not advocating for taking a pause yet, but I just wanted to kind of give my parameters and say what I thought the benefit could be in it.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Thanks, everybody, and it's important to hear your thoughts. And I'll just start out, my phrase by saying the passion and the excitement around the meetings this week was great. It was really refreshing, actually, from some of our normal meetings. And I think that shows that there's engagement. It shows that a lot of our organizations were able to communicate to their constituents in a really effective way. And I applaud everybody in this room who's participated at any level, and especially all of our organizations who've galvanized some really succinct points in all of this. I also think you all know that we all love this community the same way that you do. And that's why we're sitting up here, because we do dedicate all of that time and all of that energy outside of our non-retired lives to be able to participate in this process and take this from the beginning. One of the reasons why I first ran back in 2018 was to help shape the general plan. And we're finally here. And I'm actually really proud of all of the work that's gone into this. This is a really fantastic document. A lot of people have spent a lot of time working on it, our staff, our council members, the community, more so than anybody. And I would be lying to say I wasn't frustrated as I sit here today. And I'm going to be really honest about that, because we've had a really long time to get this right. And you've had every opportunity to request a meeting. You've had every opportunity to come and talk to us. You've had every opportunity to make a public comment and tell us, hey, this is not going in the right direction. And had we heard that any time in the past 2 years, we could have changed direction. And we find ourselves here today. And I personally, I won't speak for anybody else, can say I hadn't really heard that literally until Saturday of this past week, 5 days ago. 2 weeks ago, when the Planning Commission heard it, there started to be some action, and then the Planning Commission gave everybody a little momentum and said, oh, okay. And then it started. I want to be very clear. I personally have not had a single requested meeting from the hospital, from CAT, or from MAP in 6 months. So the fact that we are here today at 11:59:59 debating this plan is frustrating, to say the least. I have two options that I think I can be comfortable with. One of them is adoption tonight with the edits that have been made, and I'll be clear about that. I think we have a document that works. I think we have a document that fulfills the needs of our community over the next 40 years. I think we have a document that allows us to plan and to adjust as it moves itself forward. And I think we have a document that has a lot of people in this community's hands all over it. And it's good. And it's good that not everybody got everything they want. That's okay. With that also said, I am opposed to a short pause. I'm reflected on this a lot. I will accept a 9 to 18 month pause. And the reason for that is a little bit as follows. A, we have a really robust work plan. We are doing great work for this community. We have a deed restriction program. We have an ADU program. We have housing overlay districts. We have climate policies. We have REACH codes. We have something that everybody in this room wants in our work plan, and we have to get back to work. We have a budget process. Yes, we paused the budget during COVID because we had no idea what money was coming in and what money was going to go out. That wasn't why we didn't pass the budget. We have to get back to work. We have to simmer some of the emotion. And I agree, there has been a ton of emotion, and that's okay. That's awesome. I love it. Bring it on. I'll go all the time and do that. But what we don't have in government is endless pockets. We have to be responsible to our constituency and our taxpayers. We have to be responsible to the other 16,785 people that exist in our community that are trying to move things forward and are trying to be a part of the Truckee that we're all envisioning over the next 20 years. The reason why I would push a longer pause is as follows. I think it gives everybody a chance to relax. I don't see how, a 1 month pause changes the trajectory of what's been happening here tonight. I think a longer pause allows for the things that I've heard. And the things that I've heard from the community are we weren't listened to. We want to have a bigger say. We need more Spanish translation and underprivileged or underserved community activity. You know what? I'm okay. I'll do all that. It's going to take us 12 months to do it and another $500,000. And I will commit tonight to spending that money and to doing a process that everybody can say, great, I had a chance to participate. And we can put that into the work plan. We can put it into an adopted budget. And we have time to articulate what we hope to get out of a pause. I have not heard from the two council members that went before me what they expect to accomplish in 30 days other than a few meetings with some community members, which is fine. And if that's what we think gets us over the line, then great. But I heard one of them say, I don't need any staff time. Well, that means the document's not going to change. So let's just be efficient and adopt it tonight. If you're not going to take staff time for whatever pause we need, then I don't believe, I can't get there, right? I want enough time that we can go back into our budget discussion and go back into our work plan discussion and say, okay, we didn't adopt the general plan. What does that mean? And that means we take priorities off, we readjust the work plan, and we make a budget that reflects the effort we're going to put in to whatever we're going to do during this pause. And I don't know exactly what that is either. And that's why I'm not prepared to sit up here tonight and say, let's take a break for 30 or 60 days and see what happens. That doesn't get me anywhere. So I'm okay with a pause. I'm on board, but I want it to be longer. And I don't want us to provide that direction out of here tonight because I think we have to understand what the other conflicts are and what the other balancing issues are. Other than that, I feel like we've done this. I feel like we had planning commission and council joint sessions. I didn't hear reach codes once. I didn't hear a lot of these things once. And what we've tried to do, and MAP has made this document better. Thank you. It is a better document because of you today. Could it get better? Potentially. Could we piss off more people? Probably. Are we ever going to get everybody to say, nailed it? Maybe. If we want to spend a couple more $1,000,000 and spend some more time. So I'm okay to do that. I don't know that that's in the best interest of our community, of our taxpayers, or of our staff and the awesome, amazing work plan and strategies and priorities that we have outlined to make this town better. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Pallavi. Councilmember Klifstad.
All right, that's a hard act to follow. And at the risk of being a bit redundant, I too want to just really thank everybody for showing up. This is really encouraging. This is democracy in progress, in process, and that's what motivates me to keep doing my research, meeting with people, and coming here every 2 weeks. Because so often we're up here all alone doing this work. And I would much rather be doing it with the engagement of our community like we've had this last week. And as demonstrated through that process and the edits that we literally made in front of your eyes tonight, I want to underline and reinforce the fact that we have listened. All of those edits came from you. All of those improvements came from you. And I am so appreciative of that. I am so proud of this document at where it is today. And it is because of that engagement and that and our robust community that's diverse and has, one person is really interested in fences and another person is really interested in building heights. And we all bring our strengths to the table, and the policies and actions that we've created here are endlessly better than what we're working on under right now. And I can't emphasize that enough. The reason why we embarked upon this process is because our current general plan no longer is in alignment with our community needs, desires, goals, and aspirations. That's why we started this process. And I feel like some people have actually lost sight of that. And I can understand. This is now my 64th public meeting on this issue. Think about that. 64 public meetings, and that's not even including the coffee talks. That's not including the 3-hour conversation with Mr. Vento. That's not including my multiple conversations throughout the last week with community members, with MAP today, in trying to reach better consensus. So in that realm, I am in alignment with Councilmember Pallavi in that I feel like we really have done our due diligence here. We have done the public process. And at the same time, literally just today, I feel like I reached that medium ground or that accomplishment with the Contractors Association. Just today, I had a nearly 1 hour long meeting with 2 of the board members and 1 staff member of the Mountain Area Preservation. And I feel like we really got to a point where we felt there was an opportunity to hear each other, probably for the first time. And what's heart-wrenching to me is that I'm just getting to that today. I had an inspirational conversation with Alice today too, of just, hey, wow, we really can hear each other. Now I get it. You need parking. I get it. Let's figure that out, right? I just wish we had a couple more days to finish this, to finish those discussions, and to bring those opportunities to a final conclusion. But unfortunately, that's not the position we're in. We're in a position right now, from what I can tell, of we either need to adopt it tonight and live with the consequences of what that would be, because there will be, or we don't adopt, and there's consequences for not doing that. And I'm not prepared to say here and now that I have a full understanding of weighing that, because we haven't had the opportunity to understand what the gains are. And ultimately, for me, the ultimate goal here is to remove the opposition, to remove those points that are irretractable for our community, because there are those out there. But the problem is when we remove an intractable issue for one, we create another one for another contingency. And we are constantly in that give and take. And that's what this process has been. That's where we've gotten to today. That allows us the opportunity to truly improve our community. And while I would really like the opportunity to finish those conversations, I also don't think it's incomprehensible to adopt tonight and finish those conversations and potentially do amendments if we see that there are actual improvements that we need to make. And that was why, 2 nights ago, I asked staff to outline what's the process for amendments. And I think please speak up, Councilmember Zabriskie, if I'm not representing you well, but I think that's where you want to go. You want to have more of these one-on-one or personal conversations and try to bring that specific language amendment forward. The downside of that is, and we all need to be clear about this, even if you're not asking staff to participate in that, they still have to go through all the process of creating a whole new meeting, reposting, developing staff reports, more updates, checking with Ascent on whether or not we've crossed the line on our environmental impact report. So it's not a zero lift. How much of a lift we really don't know because we haven't had the chance to have those conversations yet. But that is my line in the sand. And I think we've all articulated that it does not benefit this community in any way to have to redo the baseline and the environmental impact report because it just delays it for so long. And there's so much in this general plan that is a benefit to our community. And I want to get that into action and in service to all of you and the other 16,875 people that aren't here. Thank goodness. It would be a little too crowded. So that's where I'm at. I think there's some possible negotiations with what we have to balance with staff commitments. But I feel like, sadly, I am on the precipice of resolving so many of these issues, but we simply ran out of time.
Thank you. Appreciate all that. I will jump in. And I think I said the other night how incredible it was to see everybody here. So I don't need to go into all of that again, but thanks to everyone, staff, council, planning commission, for being involved in this process. I think what all my fellow council members have said about how this plan has evolved, thanks to the input from people in this room, is incredible. I'll jump right in and I'll say at the planning commission meeting, I heard someone say, no one is happy with the status quo. And I think that shows that we all know we need to do more. And that's the policies and action items in the general plan. So I guess I will say I'd be a little bit hesitant to take that longer game that Vice Mayor Pallavi, you suggested if we take a pause, because I feel like we have a lot of things we want to do and accomplish, and we need to move forward. That said, I will look to this side. I do feel like, yes, well, it's been the 11th hour. There have been some really good conversations that have come out. And I really thank Councilmember Klovstad, your work with Kat, again, in the past 2 days to change the language and get them more comfortable. It sounds like maybe they have a board meeting May 1st, and if their board could approve it and had a stamp of approval, and maybe not, but if there could be some additional conversations, I think that could be a win. And we could then show, hey, we worked hard. We heard from the community. They'd like to have a little bit more conversation. We gave the opportunity. Here was the result. And now we're going to move forward. So I'm looking more towards this side of taking a shorter pause. I would be in support of that. Understanding staff has so much work, and exactly what Councilmember Klovstad, you said, we could say it's all on us, but they've got to put together staff reports. They're going to have to make changes. Community members are going to reach out to them. So I guess this is where it is a little tricky, because what I heard from Jen is if we take a pause, it wouldn't be till July that we could come back and do this. And then Councilmember Henderson, you were kind of saying, well, that wouldn't work for you. So I guess, trying to find what is that path forward. I don't want to wait 18 months. If we could have a little bit more conversation, I think that would be valuable.
Can you maybe talk through, I'm sorry, help me understand what a little bit more conversation means? So maybe that helps me understand what our commitment would be.
Sure.
So I would love to share my perspective.
Go for it.
That. So to me, it's, I hear you, Councilmember Pallavi, when you're like, you just want to have, more meetings. And that's not just what I want. I want to have more meetings to see progress on the plan like we saw from Tuesday of this week to Thursday. To Councilmember Klovstad's point, a little bit more time. Imagine we had another meeting in, another week, and we just took one more round of public comment, and we had that like push it a little bit further and just better it that little bit more as we're listening to the community, because we have made a lot of changes here to this plan tonight. in real time in response to everything that we heard at that podium on Tuesday. That's my goal for taking a pause of, I'm going to say 4 to 6 weeks and having it come back. So it would come back within 2 months. So yes, there is staff time associated with that. There's, probably, at least another full night of, do public comment, another round of public comment, see if we can get into changes that night. Maybe there's a continuation. I don't know. So I'm not saying it's not without time or additional sacrifice, everyone up here, everyone over here, and also our community. And that would be my goal. It's how can we push it just a little bit more to serve our community? Because you guys pushed it. We pushed a lot in the last few days. That's just my perspective.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Jen, you said July. I must have missed that because I was tending to agree with Council Member Henderson that pushing it out to July is during vacations, and it would be better to have it go out to the end of May or something like that.
Yeah, so let's talk through that a little bit. And I hear what you're saying. We've heard the community. We understand the need and the interest in having more conversations. So we're not trying to say that we can't do that, but I want to talk through the next coming council meetings because we've pushed things to accommodate that and help you understand. We said July because of the budget. It would be over at that point. We have at least to locals update coming, or landing locals, and Kai and Colin are flying in for that to be here in person. So that's not something we can push off, and you have an appeal on the next council meeting that could take up to an hour. As well as we were bringing the budget review, at least the CIP project. So the next meeting's pretty full unless we push budget out further, which is condensing that schedule really far. So I'm not sure that's really an opportunity. And then we get into May 9th, which is probably a potential. We have a couple things on there. You're going to be pushing out the single-use water bottle discussion that was happening on May 9th, although implementation probably wasn't until later than that. But you can't, we wouldn't expect to have that conversation until end of May or June, likely, if we keep pushing. There's a number of things that are going to get pushed out. But realistically, May 9th, maybe. And then depending on how many changes come out of that, what we can put together. And that's what's hard for me to speak of. Do you have any other thoughts? And again, I'm going back to you're not expecting staff to be in all those meetings or on all of those calls.
Correct. Let me jump in here in terms of that process. I'm envisioning 2 meetings in Prosser room or one of the rooms here around a table with whoever from the public wants to attend. And that doesn't, and also it's an opportunity for mountain area preservation to send out an invitation to their membership, to the 250 signatories they obtained for their petition, and let them know they can be part of a conversation to try and minimize the misunderstandings we've had. And based on what we've accomplished over these 5 years, I see the chance of a change as being slight. I mean, I think we've really plumbed this thing deep. But I hear about mistrust and the town not being straight with people, and I hear moralistic rhetoric. And I'd like to tune that down, and I'm hoping we could do that through some meetings with members of the public.
So,
and I'd like to get it done before the end of May.
Councilmember Zabriskie, I will, use a Prosser room, have MAP send out their email. That would take staff time. So I think we do have to, because a member of staff would probably ensure the meeting room is set up and little things like that. But,
Right.
That type of stuff would take time. a 250 person meeting also wouldn't work in the process room. And I know you weren't saying they would all show up. So
No, MAP, I think MAP has led a lot of the people who are feel they've been left out of the process, and MAP, I think, would be able to notify their members. It wouldn't have to be up to our staff to do it. It's creating that opportunity, and we'll see what the response is. And there's other organizations. CAT could do the same thing. I'm trying to think other groups who've participated. It's mostly the big nonprofits who've been the most vocal have been MAP and CAT, and I think that, and the Green Team. The Green Team as well.
And as somebody that works for a local government and understands, when there are meetings and things like that, again, on your facility, all that kind of stuff, it sounds silly. But I know that would take staff capacity. So I think if we're saying at least some of us, we want a little conversation, and it really makes me want to sing the Elvis song. Anyone else? Littlest conversation. I watched the Elvis movie recently. I apologize. But I think it would be on us and on the community to set that up. And maybe we could say, hey, Kat, would you want to invite any of us to come sit at your office and talk with folks? Or MAP, could you set something up? Or David Diamond, I know you do coffees. Maybe we could do a coffee with two of us again, and try to work with the community. And again, it's more work for us, but trying to put less on staff. Jen, you look like you're have something to say.
Tell tonight if this is on or not. Sorry about that. A couple of things, the noticing for our staff report and a meeting and what the recommendations are, and the extent to which we need to go back and forth with assent, which I think Councilmember Klostad spoke to. So, those are just things we need to keep in mind if you're going to have further conversations. In terms of, does it generate recirculation? Some things it's easy for us to tell if it does or not, and other things it's a little bit more of a dialogue and understanding of that process.
Can I be a little bit more explicit about what I was anticipating? I had a lot of meetings and phone calls and discussions over the last few days, and I'm not actually advocating for more public meetings. Yeah, if we want to do some coffee talks on some specific topics, great, and then we can digest that and report it out at our next council meeting. And we can decide from there if there's some action that we want to take to make an adjustment on the general plan. It is on. I just wanted a little bit more time to have some of those personal conversations to get to that point of satisfaction in that narrow lane of we can't change anything that's going to require us to recirculate. But if there's something a little bit more we could do to satisfy your concerns, I want to consider it. I don't think maybe it's because I've been to 64 public meetings now on this. I don't personally want to do anymore. I'm done. I'm done with the agendizing, and I'm done with sitting through and listening to all of that. And maybe I shouldn't be saying that, but I really honestly am. I'm willing to have those one-on-one conversations and see if there's anything more we can glean, and then report that out. But I don't want to take staff time, and I personally feel like I've been to enough public hearings on this.
And you're thinking 2 weeks, is that what you said?
Yeah, a couple of weeks to have, and so now that we're kind of talking through this possible process, maybe between now and our next council meeting, we each can have these conversations and then report back out at that time. Were we able to make any progress? Were we able to come to any more compromises? Because again, these are all compromises. Anything that I bring forward that is going to, strengthen one advocacy group, it's likely going to upset another. So we still need to do that. We need to have that back and forth and that dialogue. And so council reports is our opportunity to daylight that. Find out if any other council members like, yeah, I think that's a good improvement to that policy. So let's consider that. And then we decide from there. Okay, are we going to consider any more amendments, or should we just re-agendize this and approve it as is?
Can I look to staff would doing something like that in council reports and talking through that?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you can. I think you can broadly in council reports say we think it's time to bring back the general plan conversation. The details of individual conversations probably is a little too much without it being agendized. I think maybe if I'm digesting what you're hearing from at least the majority of you, is some interest in having a little bit more time to have conversations. We're trying to figure out how to balance that with the existing workload, most importantly, the budget work that we need to do. And your understanding that other things will get pushed out and your comfort level with that. So I think to agendize anything for the next meeting isn't realistic because we can't prepare the staff report with the proper noticing. So that one, and we're full. So that one's off the table. I think May 9th is maybe your best option. And if you want to say, if that's the short term and you're all on board with short term or the majority, I think you say May 9th, we're going to come back and have the conversation that lets us know from a publication standpoint. I don't think staff here is all in budget meetings next week and part of the following week, so we aren't going to be as accessible to talk through some of the language changes as we were this week. So I just want to make sure that's clear. That does give us a chance to talk to the hospital and maybe have a better defined path forward. And that was direction earlier the night, so there could be benefit to that.
And the other question to consider is, if we bring it back on the 9th, will one meeting be enough? Because you'll need to take public comment again. And so I think you should expect a robust community discussion before you get down to deliberating and asking questions.
Thank you.
And that would be bringing it back for approval. Essentially, it'd be in a way continuing this hearing.
Well, I think it's too far away to continue, so it would be a new meeting and you'd be opening up public comment. The question of if it's for approval or not would be the result of your decision that night.
I would suggest we target May 9th. That sounds like an opportunity. Again, it's not a lot of time, and most of us do have jobs.
I think it's important to have a deadline on this.
But yeah, I agree. If we say, okay, May 9th, and that everybody in this room hears that and knows the conversations we all want to have and start working on that. Does that sound good over here?
Yes.
Or other thoughts?
Yeah, I think that makes sense from my perspective, again, to get that incremental progress on making it an even more robust document. And I guess I do want to set the expectation, though, again, that massive changes require incredible amounts of work and could be that 9, 18, 24 months. So that's not what you're going to see on May 9th in all likelihood. So we just have to be realistic and honest with one another about that. And I think that to the earlier point, it's a compromise document. We all have to be willing to make compromises to make it work for everyone in the community. So I work in the private sector, and we always say a good business deal is when everyone walks away a little bit unhappy because they all gave up something. They were all willing to compromise to support the whole. And our job, everybody in here, our job is to support our entire community. So I just want to sort of have the chance to say that before we set May 9th and move on.
Would we need a motion? I mean, we were asked 4 action items tonight. Andy, you look ready to.
Well, if the consensus is you'd like us to bring this back to you on May 9th, you could certainly have a motion, or you can all just kind of nod and look at each other and look at us and tell us to bring it back on the 9th.
Vice Mayor Pallavi, did you want to say something?
No, whatever you guys want to do.
I'd like to say that given those parameters, given that lane that we have to stay in, we're not going to change the EIR. We are looking at possibly changing language, policies, priorities. Like that's really the parameter of it. So I would hope that we could do a very abbreviated presentation because we've all been living and breathing this for a couple of weeks now. Invite public comment because, of course, I always welcome that. And then jump to a very specific edit process like we just went through tonight and hopefully finish the evening on a high note with an adoption and a statement of findings.
So I'm just going to jump in and set the expectation. I think you'd see a very, very simple staff report that links to everything that's been published so far and the recommendation. And not much beyond that, maybe an understanding of what's been discussed a little bit. And not a presentation except for slides showing any potential changes that you're encouraging. We wouldn't plan on going back through everything we've talked about right now.
I would not expect that. I would also maybe in the staff report do a link to the recordings that we've had of these 2 nights so that the community, if they wanted to refresh, they could do that. The one thing that I'm realizing now after our conversation this afternoon with Jan, Dan, and Sophia was there is some work potentially in prioritization, task prioritization, and I would need your support for that.
Yeah, and I don't know that we can get through all of that, honestly, by the 9th. I think we can have conversations about what it looks like. But I don't know that we can get through and have an agreed upon list of these are the prioritizations.
Understood. But we can get as far as we can.
Yeah. And I'm looking at it primarily as clearing the air, moving towards reestablishing trust. And I think there are misunderstandings. Maybe I'm the one that misunderstands what's going on, and I would really like to be educated. And for those people who are misunderstanding me, I would like to make sure they do understand me. I'd like to move towards more closely to a common set of facts on which we're operating, because we already have common goals. That's one of the great ironies. We all want the same thing, and we disagree on how we want to get there. I feel like there has been a lot of disagreement. I feel like we did end up with a compromise. There were many things that we exhausted in discussion and continued to be opposing one another on, but it comes back to, at the end of the day, you finally have to take a vote and decide. The last thing I want to say is I hope this is not the end of the day. There are quarterly reviews of our work plan. All these people who sign MAP's petition, I'd love to see you get more involved on a regular basis. There are a lot of names there. I have no idea who those people are. I don't remember seeing them at any of the meetings we had over the last 5 years. But if they committed to putting their name down on a public piece of paper, that might mean that they're willing to get more involved. And that's what I'd like to see, because this is, in a sense, really a beginning or a renewal. This is not the end of it. Part of the reason I put trust in the general plan update with its aspirational language is I've seen that staff and council already commit to these things through their action. The support for climate actions is manifest by this council and staff. The same for transportation improvements, the same for housing. So I have trust and faith in the staff and the council. I would just like I'd like more of the community to feel the same way.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. And since we're going to be talking about this again, I would say we move on soon, but I will just, all of us council members understanding we cannot use up a lot of staff time in a lot of questions and various aspects, just us all understanding that. Obviously, if we need to ask about how would this impact the EIR, yes, but we've asked a lot of questions of them already, so just putting out that expectation for all of us.
I'd like to discuss an expectation of what you are all expecting of us, because I already have about 6 town meetings scheduled between now and May 9th. And as far as I track my time, that uses up, that's already overextended. And the amount of time that you have spent and I have spent and probably that you guys have spent in the past 2 weeks far exceeds 80 hours. So I'm just wondering, because I personally don't have capacity to have a meeting on this topic in the next 4 weeks. And I want to be clear about that. Like, we had 3 years. Nobody asked to meet. Now I'm going to get 5 meeting requests over the course of the next 4 weeks. I can't professionally or personally handle that. So that's why 4 weeks, I don't get it.
Well, that's a real life example of what we've been dealing with. You illustrate the point. There's only so many hours in the day.
So I'm just being clear.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Thank you.
So should we move forward to, we're all head nodding at staff. We'd like to see this come back on May 9th. All right, there are 4 of us nodding yes. Would you like, Andy? Go ahead.
Well, you could make it a motion if anybody would like to be able to register their non-support of that idea.
All right, would anyone like to make a motion then?
I move we bring this agenda item back to council on May 9th.
I second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
That passes 4-1. Thank you very much. Move on. We do have council member reports still on the agenda for tonight. I believe that's the last thing. I have too many notes. Council member Henderson.
I'm sorry, I'm just pulling up my calendar. I
no
think it was
worries.
mostly just all general plan, honestly, but let me double check.
Anyone else prepared?
Sure. I owe Kat an apology. I was mistaken. The apologies for making a mistake. I was mistaken. Kat does have members who are professional, certified, qualified heat pump installers. Heat pumps are revolutionizing the world. They make up, 60% of the new heating elements in Norway and something like 30% in Finland or somewhere else. Maybe I'm mistaken about the facts again. But anyway, it's great to hear. I encourage you to spread the word, tell people to contact Kat or look online to find your nearest heat pump specialist and see what they can do for you. And the town has a great website on heat pumps as well, where you can get some straight information.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson?
No, I'm right. It's all been just general plan.
Down here?
Countless meetings, phone calls, texts, emails on general plan. Thank you, everybody who reached out. Much appreciated.
Thank you for the same. Ditto.
And lots of general plan. I will also add, Jen and I met with State Senator Alvarado Gill last week, 2 weeks ago. She's our new state senator, and it was fantastic. She's doing a tour around her whole Senate district. I believe she said she has 22 cities, 13 counties she covers. So a huge swath, lots of different issues, but really appreciated her taking the time to come and talk with us. And with that, I think I will close out the meeting. Thanks to everyone for being here.